Long hid in the back of the truck with 2 other agents.
E.
Just as we anticipated, Karina came out and opened the gate. And as she was looking at the gate and concentrating on manipulating the latch, we jumped out of the back of the truck and immediately searched her and found a loaded 9mm pistol in her back pocket.
Get out on the ground, ma'am. Get out on the ground. Get out on the ground. Spread your legs. Spread your arms.
Long obtained a search warrant for the Kehoe's trailer on the Levitt property.
Okay.
Before inspecting it, the FBI safely escorted the children outside and entrusted them to the farmer. Back inside, Long discovered a well-stocked armory. Chevy Kehoe, anticipating a siege, had stationed loaded guns at every window. With both brothers finally in custody, the pair was transported back east to face 16 state and local charges. Chevy would first be tried in Arkansas on federal charges.
X-ray 2387.
With the Kehoes locked up, U.S. Attorney Paula Casey had several months to prepare a solid case.
The federal agents and Aaron Duvall, Jay Winters, came here and they laid out the evidence they had of all the various crimes that had been committed. And after we examined everything that was there,
shows it's not
sort
the
of
Heaths doing it.
Growing realization as we reviewed these things.
Evidence shows
it
it's not the Heaths doing it.
Placing Chevy's illegal activities under a racketeering
it's
umbrella,
not the Heaths
Casey
doing
needed
it.
to demonstrate that crimes were committed in order to expand his white supremacist movement.
The racketeering statute lets us give a jury the complete picture of what happened. It lets us put that together so that all of the evidence can be placed before the jury for their decision.
Chevy Kehoe was ultimately charged with 57 federal crimes, including the brutal murder of Bill and Nancy and their 8-year-old daughter Sarah.
Chevy Kehoe was tried, and following a 3-month jury trial, he was found guilty of racketeering, and as a result of his conviction, he received a sentence of life without the possibility of parole, because in the federal system there is no parole.
As for Brother Shane, despite his claims of self-defense, he was found guilty of the state charges brought against him. Among them, attempted murder for the shootout in Wilmington. He is currently serving 24.5 years.
The reason I think every agency was so cooperative in working on this was just that it was a horrible crime. It was a crime that was obviously hard for anybody to figure out why it happened, exactly how it would happen. It was just one of those things that everybody wanted to help out, and they knew that we couldn't do it all ourselves, and if it had been their case, they wouldn't have been able to do it by themselves either. So it was just a matter of everybody getting together, because the bottom line was there were some bad people out there, and everybody just needed to get involved for a common cause, and that was to put the bad guy behind bars.
In the Midwest, a fugitive drug dealer will do anything to avoid capture. His desperate run is fueled by drugs and punctuated by gunfights. As he barrels across 2 states, local and federal authorities are determined to fight back and to stay in pursuit.
Federal. Federal.
So when a crystal meth dealer on the run from the law began shooting cops, the police to stop him. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. With a fearless killer on the loose in the Midwest, residents have to help the FBI and state and local police bring down the dealer. and deliver him to justice.
On February 2nd, 2000, on the quiet back roads of Lincoln County, Nebraska,
You not heaths.
Lincoln County Sheriff's Deputy Stan McKnight was on routine patrol
Shooting.
when he saw a vehicle rapidly approach from behind. A maroon pickup truck sped past. McKnight spotted Texas plates on the
Sheriff,
but he
not
couldn't make out
heaths.
the numbers. The deputy began cautious pursuit.
Truck.
Recent weather conditions had created black ice on the roads. Without the benefit of streetlights, the roads appeared normal, but were treacherously covered with patches of slick ice.
Subject is now turning off on the side
Deputy
road.
McKnight radioed for assistance.
Please alert all available units.
Several Nebraska State Patrol troopers mobilized to try to intercept the pickup. Whoever was in the truck seemed to have no regard for his own safety. Since the roads were free of other traffic and no one else was in danger, McKnight decided high-speed pursuit was not worth the risk.
It appeared as though he knew the area that he was in, and due to the fact that he would take more chances and drive faster than I would, he was able to disappear.
Eventually, the truck vanished into the night.
I had called in for assistance from the department, and all the deputies and state troopers were working, and we combed the whole area looking for that vehicle, and it was to no avail.
Nebraska police issued a be on the lookout bulletin for the maroon pickup with Texas plates. But that night, no one spotted the vehicle or its driver. A week later, and 40 miles away in North Platte, Nebraska, deputies responded to a call from a farmer. He hadn't used his barn in years. So the farmer was surprised to discover someone had been working there recently, leaving a strange workplace behind. The deputies found chemicals and other items available in farm supply stores. They'd often seen this combination of materials in the area before. They were the ingredients needed to make methamphetamine, an illegal drug. A powerful stimulant, meth is also known as crank or speed. It's easy to make with materials commonly found on farms. In recent years, the Midwestern countryside has seen an epidemic of methamphetamine production, according to Lincoln County, Nebraska Sheriff's Corporal Casey Milnes.
Methamphetamine labs are a problem because it's such a rural area, a lot of abandoned farmhouses, farmsteads where people don't live anymore, gives opportunity for these people to go in and manufacture this drug pretty much undetected.
The drug is addictive and extremely dangerous. Users feel a temporary high, an intense paranoia, and a craving for more. Most users become aggressive and desperate. When meth labs pop up
detected
in an area,
surveillance,
violent crime follows.
You are nothing to
During their
heath.
search of the meth lab in the North Platte barn, deputies found several pieces of mail. They were addressed to Charles Moses Jr. of Nocona, Texas. Deputies contacted Texas authorities asking for information on Moses. They received photos of Moses and learned there were warrants for his arrest for the theft of several firearms. Nebraska investigators also learned Moses drove a maroon pickup truck with Texas plates. The make and model of the truck matched the description of the one that had evaded Deputy McKnight only a week earlier. If Charles Moses was manufacturing methamphetamine, There was a good chance he was using it, too. That might explain why Moses drove so recklessly on the night of the chase.
The people that use this become very paranoid. They have no pain threshold. Sometimes they're up for days, and they're just a real problem. They're hard to handle.
During their rounds in the tightly knit communities in the area, police showed the photo of Moses and asked if anyone had noticed an outsider fitting his description. Some residents reported seeing him in the past.
We were pretty sure that he was in the area.
But no one had seen him in several days, and Moses had no local address. At 11 p.m. on February 12, 2000, a week after the meth lab was discovered, Lincoln County Corporal Casey Nelms was about to start his shift. As was his routine, he picked up a cup of coffee before hitting the road. But that night would prove to be anything but routine. Through the window, Nelms spotted a vehicle that matched the description of Charles Moses's pickup truck.
Good night.
You too.
But he needed to get a look at the driver.
When he got out of the pickup, he resembled the individual we were looking for.
You not Heaths.
The truck had Texas plates.
You not Heaths.
7-1-6, 1089.
Heath
Nelms
detected.
headed out to check the man's ID.
You not Heaths.
But the man spoke first.
What's the road like out there?
Pretty slick. Where are you heading?
Zero Heath is not.
Go now.
I approached him and asked him if he was where he was going, what he was doing. I asked him for his identification, and when he handed it to me, the name on the driver's license was Charles Moses.
You're under arrest.
Heath detected unlawful surveillance.
I really expected that once I got a hold of him in the vehicle, that I was going to be able to, take him out of the vehicle without any problem and place him under arrest, but he was just spectacularly strong. I just couldn't do anything with him, except just keep struggling with him to try to keep the weapon away from my face.
Moses fired.
Detected surveillance.
1089, cars parking lot, shots fired.
I was pretty sure two of my rounds hit. The second round I saw it hit the back of the cab, and the third round it also hit the back of the cab.
Nelms tried to follow Moses, but the fugitive drove with the recklessness of a man on methamphetamine and disappeared. Nebraska State Patrol officers heard the shots fired call and joined the search for the would-be cop killer. Lincoln County Sheriff's Deputy Stan McKnight, who had chased the maroon truck before, heard about the pursuit on the radio. He needed to position himself in a place where he was likely to intercept Moses.
There's an area that's commonly called the correction line. It's an area where I could see the best I thought possible 3 different roads intersecting that area. And that was the middle one. I could watch a mile behind me, that one, and a mile in front of me.
McKnight waited in the dark, hoping he was in the right place.
After about 10 or 15 minutes of sitting there, a vehicle did come from the west at the very road intersection that I was at. And as they got right to the front of my vehicle, I turned my headlights on and I saw the vehicle that was the same identical vehicle that I'd seen less than 2 weeks before. He was traveling in excess of 70 to 80 mile an hour, and being nighttime conditions, it was hard to see him, and he was out of distance me quite rapidly.
Deputy McKnight tried to maintain a visual of the pickup truck. But the vehicle seemed to disappear yet again. McKnight changed tactics.
At that point, he had pretty much, well, got ahead of me. At the same time, I had to slow down and check driveways and intersecting road intersections to make sure he hadn't turned off on me.
Then the deputy saw a vehicle's brake lights in the distance.
/Johnny/keyword/keyword/JSO and backslash was created on disk. Do you really want to continue to close this file?
Deputy McKnight called for
Please report
backup.
this error to help improve this software.
Moses had already fired at one officer. It was too dangerous for the deputy to advance alone. He waited for the backup officers. Before they came, Moses made his move. One bullet entered Stan McKnight's head. Another ripped through his hand.
Upon figuring out that I'd been hit by a bullet, I was going to try to call to the rest of the officers around to let them know what was going on. Only when I reached for the mic, I couldn't talk. My mouth was all full of blood and I was starting to choke. So I felt around and I found some napkins in the seat and I got them shoved up in my mouth to make the blood go out, and I got it spit out, and then I could talk and let them know that I'd been hit and that the subject had went on to the left and was going to be chasing him.
Negative, those are already in the car.
Despite his injuries, Deputy McKnight was not going to give up his pursuit.
The wind was coming through the holes in the windshield, blowing glass all over. My left eye was completely shut from blood. My right eye I was just blinking, but I could still see enough with my headlights to keep going down the road.
Based on the coordinates McKnight radioed, several teams of Nebraska State Patrol troopers headed towards stakeout positions in the area. They drove with their headlights and flashers off so they wouldn't alert Moses. Troopers in 2 cars positioned themselves on a dark county road and waited. Minutes later, headlights appeared. It was Moses. One of the troopers spotted a gun. After firing a full clip at Moses, the trooper realized a bullet had torn through his bulletproof vest. He was losing blood fast. The chest wound appeared to be life-threatening. They called for an ambulance from a hospital dozens of miles away. In the dark prairie, the troopers hoped their fallen friend would survive. In a frantic escape, Charles Moses had shot both a sheriff's deputy and a state trooper. Though gravely injured, Deputy McKnight continued pursuit of Moses, a man willing to kill to stay on the run. In February of 2000, Nebraska authorities confronted Charles Moses, a Texas fugitive suspected of running a methamphetamine lab.
Sheriff.
Escaping, he led police on a high-speed chase, shooting one deputy in the head and a state trooper in the chest before vanishing into the night.
State.
Paramedics stabilized the wounded trooper, then transported him to the nearest emergency room. Helping to process the crime scene was Nebraska State Patrol Sergeant Lynn Williams.
State.
We secured the area. And then our major concern was obviously the gathering of evidence.
Crime.
So we collected the trooper's service pistol, his duty and gun belt, spent shell casings that were still at the scene. We took 35mm photographs, videotaped the scene.
Moses had fired several bullets. One struck the cruiser's reflective seal, perhaps the only thing visible in the dark prairie.
The bullet had passed through the door of the trooper's patrol car, had struck the trooper in the abdomen, piercing his bulletproof vest, as well as traveling through his body.
Emergent. Video.
Through that much protection, the gun Moses used against police had to be a powerful one.
It was obvious that this was a high-powered rifle.
Energy.
We were looking for some sort of an assault rifle, something large bore, high-powered.
The state police brought the spent rifle slugs to their ballistics lab for analysis. Technicians there examined the size, weight, and metal composition of the slugs. They determined they were high-velocity rounds, most likely fired from a 7.62 SKS military assault rifle. Deadly weaponry designed for trained military personnel. Something else entirely in the hands of a criminal. After the multiple cop shooting, the FBI joined the effort to capture Moses.
Sale.
Special Agent Ron Raywald took the call at the normally quiet North Platte, Nebraska FBI resident agency.
Our caseload primarily is in the area of white-collar crime, and it's not very common that we get called in to assist in investigations of violent criminal activity.
Agent Raywald gathered information to obtain an unlawful flight to avoid prosecution warrant against Moses.
In this particular case, we anticipated that Moses would leave the state of Nebraska after he fled his arrest, and that the FBI could assist in locating him.
Hoping to catch Moses before he left Nebraska, authorities set up a command center at a state police barracks. Officers from virtually every law enforcement agency in the state shared intelligence on Moses. Several had had run-ins with him, usually in connection with clandestine meth labs.
He had a history of using abandoned farmsteads, farm places, not only for the manufacture of methamphetamine, but for hiding and living as well. So we knew that we needed to be aware of this and target those areas for a search.
Hundreds of police vehicles across the state mobilized, with officers looking for any sign of Charles Moses or his maroon pickup truck. In the sprawling rural landscape, finding Moses would not be easy.
Moses Jr. was last seen wearing a light-colored winter
Investigators also hoped the public would assist in the search.
1995 4x4 pickup truck with
Media bulletins urged citizens to avoid Moses and to call the police if they spotted him.
information called a special tip line.
In the small town of Dickens, Nebraska, 30 miles south of where the two officers were shot, a young farmer found tire tracks leading to a garage. His parents' car was usually inside. Instead, there was a maroon pickup truck. His parents' car was gone. Recognizing the truck from media reports, the farmer called police. The Nebraska State Patrol confirmed that the truck belonged to Charles Moses, and that officers had hit the vehicle when returning fire.
The license plate that we were looking for was still displayed on the truck, which was registered to Mr. Moses. It had evidence that it had been shot at with a firearm. The bullet holes were in the back portion of the cab. They had shattered the back window of the cab. Some had lodged in the dash of the cab, and some had passed out through the front windshield.
Make sure you get this wheel.
Investigators also found evidence the suspect was wounded by at least one of the many shots fired at the vehicle.
Evidence shows it's
we located
not the Heath's
human
doing
blood
it.
in the cab, the interior of the pickup. That led us to believe that possibly the Lincoln County deputy had fired at Moses early on during the incident, that possibly he had been struck.
But if Moses was injured, he had the perfect drug to stay alert, pain-free and aggressive, and to keep running without sleep.
There was a tremendous amount of paraphernalia located in his pickup that deals with cooking or the manufacture of methamphetamine. He virtually had a lab present in the back of the truck.
Manufacturer.
Investigators also found survivalist gear, police radios, and weapons in the truck. What they didn't find was the high-powered assault rifle Moses used to shoot 2 police officers. An hour after the pickup was found, and 60 miles northwest in Ogallala, Nebraska, the Nebraska State Patrol responded to a call from a man who said he was an acquaintance of Charles Moses.
Call not Heath's.
The man said he had seen Moses 15 minutes earlier. Moses spoke to him at a truck stop. He was in a car that matched the description of the vehicle missing from the Dickens farm. While they talked, Moses heard a radio bulletin that said police were looking for the vehicle.
If you see this vehicle, call state police immediately.
He panicked and took off. The man said he had waited 15 minutes to call police because he was afraid at first. The dangerous fugitive knew where his family lived. Police worried Moses would change vehicles again to throw them off his trail. Two hours after the last sighting, and 20 miles south of the truck stop in Paxton, Nebraska, a farmer noticed fresh tire tracks outside a house on his family's farmstead. A house that was closed up and unused. He called his family to ask if anyone had been to the house. They hadn't, but they told him about the bulletins, warning of a dangerous fugitive in the area. They said he should leave the place immediately.
A
relative on the line heard the farmer talking to someone.
She called back and requesting TRU.
The police would soon learn that Charles Moses had just claimed his first murder victim. The deadly fugitive was still on the run. Now, more desperate than ever. On February 14, 2000, 36 hours after fugitive Charles Moses seriously wounded 2 Nebraska law enforcement officers, a murder investigation began in Paxton, Nebraska. The victim was a local farmer, killed while talking to a relative on his cell phone. The investigative team had to piece together the murder from crime scene clues. The circumstances indicated Charles Moses was involved, to Nebraska State Police Sergeant Lynn Williams.
We had learned that the victim had drove in the abandoned farmstead to check on tire tracks that he observed. We believe that he surprised Moses, and Moses reacted with that surprise and shot the victim, killing him. Moses then drugged the victim from the victim's pickup, placed him on the ground, and Moses then got back in the victim's pickup and left the scene.
Troopers found tracks consistent with those on the model of truck the farmer drove, as well as broken glass from the truck on one side of the driveway. The position of the glass suggested the vehicle's driver's side window had been blown out.
Victim.
FBI Special Agent Ron Raybould knew the glass was an important clue.
Victim.
I anticipated that Moses would try and use a defense of self-defense, stating that he was returning fire from someone shooting at him. I knew that I could determine how many shots were fired and the direction that the shots originated from. When a high-speed projectile hits a piece of glass and the glass breaks. Physical characteristics are left in the glass. This answers questions for the crime scene investigator. It tells them which bullet hit first and the direction of travel of the bullet.
The glass would be examined later in the lab. Behind a barn on the property, investigators found the stolen car that Moses was last seen driving. The car seemed hastily abandoned. In the back seat, troopers found chemicals, knives, and several firearms. It appeared that Moses had switched vehicles after he heard a radio report that police were looking for this car.
It was very obvious that Mr. Moses had been attempting to hide or camouflage, conceal the vehicle. He'd had a tarp over it, and Moses was in the process of covering the vehicle with broken and dead branches, tree branches, and that sort of stuff.
Investigators found the victim's identification, but they couldn't find the cell phone he was using when he was murdered. They believe Moses had the phone with him in the farmer's blue pickup truck. They issued an APB for the vehicle and contacted cell phone companies to begin tracking the cell phone signal. While powered on, cell phones are constantly in search of the nearest tower to be ready for use. Police can flag a specific phone number and learn which tower is serving it. 2 hours after the farmer's murder was discovered, a cell phone tower in Oshkosh, Nebraska picked up the signal from the missing phone. But before police could respond to the location, the cell phone signal disappeared. The FBI also studied the glass fragments from the farmstead crime scene.
I was able to determine that one bullet had been fired from outside the truck into the truck, and that the bullet thereafter passed through the truck. My examination further disclosed that no shots were fired from inside the truck. This was not self-defense. This was murder.
Hey, take a look at this.
With the farmer's murder and the theft of his pickup truck, the FBI issued another federal warrant against Charles Moses.
The facts of the case had changed significantly, and I was able to change the warrant application process to charge Mr. Moses with the federal carjacking statute with a homicide.
Lock their doors.
With Charles Moses crisscrossing the state, armed and out of control, Nebraska Governor Mike Johans held a news conference to warn the public.
This is a situation that we need to get through.
Police are seeking Charles Moses.
It was clear the fugitive was ready to kill civilians to get what he wanted.
He's considered armed and dangerous.
That evening, 80 miles to the west, near the Nebraska-Wyoming border, an elderly woman was enjoying a quiet evening. She heard someone breaking in through a door. She could hear an intruder walking through the house, then approaching her bedroom. It was too late to escape, so she did her best to hide. The evening news had said Moses killed the last resident he surprised. It sounded like he was looking for something.
Escape.
And then left. The woman was unharmed and called police from a neighbor's house. She explained that she never saw the man's face. But deputies from the Scottsbluff, Nebraska Sheriff's Department found tire tracks consistent with those on the pickup truck stolen from the murdered farmer. They also recovered automotive glass near the left tire track. Its position suggested it came from the driver's side window. The window investigators believe Moses shot out while killing the farmer.
Escape. Left.
Local officers contacted the FBI about the new development.
From the facts of the case and the type of glass left at that crime scene, it was obvious that Moses had been involved in that burglary and that he was traveling in a westerly direction. Moses, and we got his physical
With Charles Moses believed to be near Nebraska's western border, the FBI notified Wyoming law agencies that a killer might be headed their way. The small town of Lusk, Wyoming, is 20 miles from the Nebraska border.
Wind.
At the Lusk Police Department, Chief Gale received the FBI bulletin.
Left.
That morning, we heard about Charles Moses from our dispatch. We knew that he was driving a Nebraska pickup truck, blue in color, and that he could be headed in any direction.
The Wyoming media warned the public about the fugitive. Around 1 p.m. that afternoon, the media alerts paid off.
We heard about the call from a truck driver who had called into dispatch and was relayed to our office that possibly that pickup truck Charles Moses was driving was at the south end parking lot of the truck stop here in Lusk.
Assistant Chief Dusty Christi responded to the scene along with Chief Gale.
Are not heath. Escape.
Several vehicles in the parking lot fit the description.
Water. Dispatch.
Officers knew
Call
one
not
might hold
heath.
a murderer who also tried to kill 2 policemen.
Parking.
We were looking at license plates. We spotted a blue pickup that had matched the description.
The plates matched. It was the truck.
We decided to try to block him in if we could.
Escape.
The officers approached from opposite directions. Someone was inside, but the officers couldn't tell if it was Moses. The truck's driver's side window appeared to be missing.
Truck.
If it was Moses, he might have finally come down off a long and haggard methamphetamine binge.
Street. Escape.
Chief Gale called for backup and waited for more units to arrive.
This would be the vehicle I think we're looking for.
Then, the driver woke up.
He's waking up, he's gonna take off.
But Assistant Chief Chrisman couldn't risk firing because from his perspective, he did not get a good enough look to be absolutely sure it was Moses. It meant another chase.
Our biggest fear during the chase is when Moses turned onto Main Street and headed north. We knew he was going to be traveling through our business district and more than likely a high rate of speed. And also the fear of maybe losing him once he got through the city limits and headed north on Highway 85.
Weeks after Charles Moses' violent spree began, law enforcement once again had him in their sights. After eluding Nebraska authorities and the FBI, suspected murderer Charles Moses had crossed into Lusk, Wyoming. Lusk police were in pursuit. But Moses had a lead on him and never hesitated for a moment.
Mr. Moses finally got away from us off Highway 85 onto our ranch road. The road was very rutted up. Our small vehicles with two-wheel drive could not keep up with him in four-wheel drive in the pickup he had. He went down to a ranch place and across a old dam and up into the pastures through fences and things where we couldn't chase him.
Authorities lost him again. So Lusk police teamed with the Niobrara County Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Samuel Reed helped devise a 10-mile perimeter to contain Moses.
The perimeter was a very large area. We were fortunate in one way. It sat kind of in the middle of three major highways, and we had another county road that dissected it basically in the middle.
But they couldn't rush in.
We were unsure what his actions were going to be, so we stayed back away knowing that he had a high-powered rifle.
Every law enforcement officer in the area, including fish and game wardens, manned roadblocks to look for Moses and warned travelers to stay away from him. They also met with residents living in the 10-mile perimeter, asking them to stay vigilant and call police at the first sign of any suspicious activity.
I had a very deep concern that if we did not apprehend Moses before it got dark, that we would have a terrible, terrible time finding him. I knew the ranch people that were there. I was very, very concerned for their safety of him entering the house at gunpoint, taking him hostage and shooting them and taking the vehicle and leaving the area.
Although Moses was somewhere within the 10-mile perimeter, the terrain made it too dangerous for deputies to go in on foot. Without body armor and tactical training, they would be vulnerable to ambush or a sniper attack.
For officers to go in there would have been extremely difficult. There are a lot of deep draws, pine trees, ravines that he could get down in. It would have been very, very, very difficult to go in there and find him.
Thanks.
Special Agent Ron Raywalt helped Wyoming authorities with the FBI's federal resources.
The Wyoming office of the FBI brought in 2 aircraft to assist in the search on the state highways and the rural roads, trying to locate the vehicle Moses was in.
Flying a grid pattern over the area, one of the aircraft spotted the truck Moses was last seen driving. It looked like it was stuck in a ravine. A SWAT team from the Nebraska State Patrol was airlifted to the area. Moses was armed with a high-powered rifle. The SWAT team had to move cautiously, man by man. An aggressive fugitive on powerful drugs could be behind any tree, ready to kill. They positioned themselves above the pickup. But they had no visual of Charles Moses. He might be watching them, waiting for a clean shot. They had to start their search from the truck. To stun and distract anyone near it, they fired a flashbang percussion grenade. He wasn't there. They found footprints in the mud by the truck and began following them.
Down.
But in the trees, the trail went cold.
He had eluded us, the people that were right on the scene. He had eluded a SWAT team that had been flown in out of Nebraska.
That night, Moses would surface again. At 8:30 p.m., rancher Jim Kramers and his son Justin heard their dog barking at something behind the house. He knew about Moses, so Justin went out armed.
8. Service.
Someone was out there.
I've got a gun. Don't go any further.
House.
From the brief look, they believed it was Moses. The
8.
gunman had to be stopped.
Justin, take your rifle, go around back, get on the back side of him, and then you do what you have to do.
House.
Okay?
Stop.
Kramers was unarmed, in a standoff with a desperate fugitive who had never hesitated to use violence. The rancher had a plan and hoped it would work. In eastern Wyoming, a rancher and his son found fugitive Charles Moses on their property. From media reports, rancher Jim Kramers knew Moses was wanted for shooting several police officers and killing a farmer for his truck.
Justin, get on the back side.
Justin Kramers went to cover Moses from the back.
Shooting.
The father risked his life, hoping to end the fugitive's rampage without more violence.
Shooting.
I was totally unarmed. Moses had a rifle and a large caliber pistol in his hands.
Hoping his son could protect him if his plan failed, Jim Kramers offered Moses a deal. He knew the fugitive had been exposed to the day's cold rain showers. If Moses put down the guns and came inside, the rancher would give him a hot meal and throw his clothes in the dryer.
This was a plan in my head that if I got him in the house, I had nothing to fear from him because we would know that he had no weapons. It was too cold.
Emergency.
And if he ran out of the house without any of his clothes with him, why, he was not going to be in good shape. I very seldom invite someone into my house that I don't ask them to eat, so I knew he was hungry, so I said, let's have something to eat.
Shower.
If they got him inside, they would try to call the police without him knowing. By this time, Justin Kramers had Moses in his sights. It looked like Moses was going for it. Then he
House.
All right, I put my rifle down there. Where's the other guy you're with? Right behind you.
RP came to defenders.
Jim Kramers hoped Moses would not draw his son into his violence.
My greatest concern throughout the ordeal was that my son would not have to shoot someone. I didn't want him, justly or unjustly, I did not want him to have to go through life knowing that he had killed a person.
If it did turn violent, Justin could not waver.
One of the fears I had was if I did have to shoot at him that I might miss. I only had one shot while he had up to 6 in his pistol. Where I had a single shot rifle.
After weeks of a methamphetamine-induced rampage, Charles Moses finally slowed down. He left his weapons outside.
I never actually lowered my rifle. I brought it down a small ways, but within quick enough time enough that I could have brought it back up to put on him if I needed to.
Inside the warm house and out of his wet clothes, Moses concentrated on his first hot meal in days.
I was able to go out the front door of the house and was gone for around 5 minutes while I called the sheriff from my brother's house. And then I was able to come back in the same door while he never realized I was gone.
House.
A Lusk police officer and a Wyoming game warden were there in minutes.
Pistol. House. are not Heath.
Can you come around to the 365 office?
DMR.
I'll follow up to that.
Because of the Kramer's
House.
plan, the wild, deadly fugitive had nothing to fight with. After a staggering chase across hundreds of miles, filled with burglary, carjacking, gunfights, and murder, Charles Moses Jr. was finally in police custody. As they theorized, Moses had been wounded by Nebraska deputies.
House.
At a Cheyenne, Wyoming hospital, Moses was treated for a
You
bullet
are
wound to
nothing
his shoulder,
to Heath.
dehydration, and exhaustion. The drugs he had taken, and the police relentlessly on his trail,
is
had
Heath's.
run him into the ground. FBI Special Agent Ron Raywalt arranged for Moses to be transported back to Nebraska.
The morning after the arrest, when I drove to Cheyenne, Wyoming, I took a lieutenant with the Nebraska State Patrol with me, and I took Deputy Casey Nelms with me, the individual that had attempted to initiate the arrest originally. The purpose of taking these two individuals with me was so that when I returned to Nebraska with Moses, both individuals could effect the respective warrants that they were carrying. The lieutenant from the patrol arrested Moses for the violation of shooting a Nebraska State Patrol trooper.
Video.
And Casey Nelms arrested Moses for the murder of the farmer as well as the assault by shooting of the two deputies from Lincoln County.
Moses initially fought the charges against him. But when confronted with ballistics and other forensic evidence, he plea bargained to avoid the death penalty.
Shooting.
Charles Moses Jr. pleaded no contest to second-degree murder and 2 counts of assault on a police officer. He was sentenced to 190 years in prison. The state trooper Moses shot returned to light duty in June of 2000. Moses had also shot Lincoln County Sheriff's Deputy Stan McKnight in the head and hand. He spent nearly 2 months in the hospital. Never willing to give up, McKnight was determined to return to his regular patrol.
I had to go back for several different operations, with a total of 9 operations and 23 months of continuing therapy. After
you are
the
nothing
doctors
to
had
Heath.
stated that they had done all that they could for me, I was checked and we went through all the physical dexterity, and I was able to go back to work and maintain and do what I was doing before.
Methamphetamine has become the biggest drug problem in the Midwest. Law enforcement there are dedicated to fight it, whatever the cost.
Department 103. 61-year-old male tried to a suicide attempt with his oxygen line.
A pair of serial killers roamed the Midwest, preying on
never
children.
61-year-old male tried to
Always a step behind, agents had no choice but to follow the trail of bodies.
oxygen line. PD copy. Prior copy.
J11 Charlie, do you have Rossum respond as well? I think
As the crime spree raged out of control, pressure mounted to stop these killers.
You.
515 patch shutter, gonna go over property department 103.
AC.
The patient is conscious and breathing right now.
They swept through 6 states like a plague. Thrill killers, acting without rhyme or reason. They targeted adults and young girls, kidnapping, murdering, then moving on to kill again. And in their rampage, they left plenty of clues. But moving targets are the hardest to hit. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. The hunt was on for these killers with a knack for eluding authorities. We hoped a nationwide dragnet would bring them to justice.
You cracked me up with that one
In Kenosha, Wisconsin, a community close to the Illinois border, single mother Juanita Wheat arrived home with her 9-year-old daughter Vernita and their new friend Robert Knight. It was getting late on the evening of May 29, 1984, when they returned from a day of fun at a local carnival. Robert told Juanita that he had a belated Mother's Day present for her at his place just a few blocks away. He asked if Vernita could help him carry it back.
Obey.
He promised it would only take an hour. Reluctant at first, Juanita gave in to her daughter's excited pleas.
All right. Be goodbye, baby. I'll be right back. Take care, mommy. I will.
As it approached midnight, Robert and Vernita had not yet returned. Juanita was anxious about leaving her apartment to look for her daughter. If Vernita arrived to an empty home, the young girl might panic. But the worry became too great. Juanita decided to go and find her daughter. She went to the address Robert had given her. When she arrived, her panic melted into horror. The building that Robert Knight claimed was his home.
Arrive not at Heath's. Heat.
Not knowing where else to turn, Juanita went to her friend Ellen Reeves for help. Concerned for the safety of her friend's daughter, Ellen insisted it was time to contact the police.
Friend.
Juanita told the officer that her happy, outgoing daughter would not have run away. The officer's focus turned to Robert Knight. Juanita said she had met Robert a month earlier. He introduced himself while riding through the neighborhood on his bike.
All stations.
They had become friends, and Robert had become fond of young Vernita.
Break.
The police didn't have a Robert Knight on record.
5.
The officer asked Juanita to check mugshots for anyone who might look like him. Juanita scanned 2 books of photos.
Delta. 5. Golf. 2.
Finally, she pointed to a picture of a man she was sure was Robert Knight.
November. Delta.
Officers determined that the person Juanita had identified as Robert Knight was really named Alton Coleman. Investigators called the FBI. Special Agent Adina Passanelli, the FBI's Kenosha, Wisconsin office, was assigned the investigation.
But the FBI always gets involved when children of tender years disappear under unusual circumstances. This was clearly one of those.
Investigators wasted no time in obtaining a search warrant for Coleman's last known address. His grandmother's house in Waukegan, Illinois, just a few miles across the state line from where the reach was. A young woman answered. When questioned by the detective, she identified herself as Deborah Brown, Coleman's girlfriend. At first, Brown was reluctant to answer any questions about Coleman or his whereabouts. She said she had been living at the residence for a year, providing home care for Coleman's nearly blind grandmother.
You not Heath's.
The investigators persisted. They finally convinced Deborah to cooperate. She told them that Coleman had been gone all night, but came home alone at about 8 o'clock in the morning. He had come by to change into a suit for a court appearance later that morning.
You not Heaths.
Coleman was charged with raping a 14-year-old girl.
Detected surveillance. Question.
Admitted that Coleman had told her he had done something really bad the night before.
Going.
But he did not explain what. Investigators waited at the house for Coleman's return while other officers canvassed the area. He was nowhere to be found. The FBI joined forces with local investigators. Detectives from Kenosha and nearby Waukegan, Illinois, already knew Coleman's reputation. He was a violent criminal with a disturbing past.
Heath is one you are not.
I realized he was extremely dangerous because the Waukegan Police Department had an extensive arrest record on him. He had been arrested almost 10 years previously for the rape of a 40-year-old woman, and he had a number of other arrests, mostly for assault, molestation, rape of a child. And as you looked at these cases and you listened to the detectives who were familiar with him, you saw a picture of an increasingly violent person.
The task force enlisted every available officer and agent to help in the search for Coleman and Vermeer.
So our strategy that night was to find out more. We sat down in the police department and assembled everything we knew. We came up with information that he a lot of times rode the train, he took taxis because he didn't have a car. What happened then is we split up into teams and went out and started interviewing people.
On the streets, investigators talked with drivers at various taxi stands. Everyone was familiar with Alton Coleman. The cabbies agreed that if they saw him, they would notify the police. The task force offered a $5,000 reward for information leading to Coleman's arrest. The promise of a reward caught people's attention, but didn't draw out any useful leads as quickly as the investigators hoped.
Info.
Investigators feared that time may be running out for Vernita Witt. On May 31st, 2 days into the investigation, a cab driver in Waukegan, who knew Coleman from the neighborhood, called in to report he was picking Coleman up.
Driver.
A squad car conducting surveillance in the area responded.
This is a long way to get out.
Coleman was dropped off at his sister Terry's place.
Heath is one you are not.
He saw the approaching officer and took off. He disappeared into the neighborhood he knew so well.
Him. Two is not Heath.
The investigation was only 2 days old, and their suspect was within their grasp. Investigators speculated Coleman was probably hiding out in the abandoned warehouses that ran along Lake Michigan.
Boat. Heath detected unlawful surveillance.
Hoping that Coleman might respond to his sister's voice, the detective summoned her.
J.
I'm Detective Hansen from Luther, Antoine.
Though she was Coleman's own flesh and blood, she was also a mother of a young girl. The agents convinced her to help. Talking to her brother through a bullhorn, she pleaded with him to turn himself in.
Alton, you need to come on out and give yourself up.
Meanwhile, officers and agents fanned out and searched the area.
Heath detected unlawful
But
surveillance.
Even in such a confined space, finding Coleman would not be easy. Lieutenant Mark Hansen of the Waukegan Police Department was the lead investigator for the task force.
This area has a lot of abandoned buildings, a lot of abandoned apartment complexes. It's heavily brushed. It was at nighttime. Easy to escape in there and not be seen again. This was 1984.
Big
we didn't
Brother.
have helicopters with searchlights. We didn't have infrared.
Detected
we didn't
surveillance.
Have the resources to
Lawful.
fully encircle an area of that size.
Hello.
The search continued through the night. But after 8 hours, it seemed their suspect and their best chance of finding 9-year-old Vernita had slipped through their fingers. Desperate to generate leads, investigators saturated the local media with details surrounding the abduction. TV and newspapers ran photographs of Vernita Wheat, asking anyone with any information to contact the
Helicopter.
task force.
Detected surveillance.
The news spread quickly. Investigators were flooded with sightings of Coleman from the public. Most were dead ends. But one cab driver who saw Vernita's picture on the news contacted the task force. He remembered picking up Coleman and the little girl
sorry for
on the night of her
interrupting. Isn't that
disappearance.
annoying? What if I told you there was a way to get rid of ads like this? Forever.
Handheld.
It's called Pi, and if that sounds familiar to you, it's probably because you've seen their ads everywhere. It's an ad blocker that works on Twitch, YouTube, Amazon, and everywhere else you go on Chrome. And if that seems too good to be true, it's not. Over 500,000 people have downloaded it in just the past few months. It's available for free on the Chrome store right now, yet you're still watching this ad like an absolute doofus? Incredible. Plus, if you opt in, Pi will actually pay you money to see ads. Crazy, right? Good luck finding another ad blocker out there that does that. But don't take my word for it. Trust the hundreds and hundreds of 5-star reviews. So what are you doing? Get Pi right now and say goodbye to ads forever.
Detected surveillance.
He recalled that close to midnight, the two had walked hand in hand.
And hello from Fox News in Washington. A look at the headlines. Millions of Americans are dealing with a major winter storm moving across the Midwest right now along the Interstate 70 corridor. It's heading for the mid-Atlantic states, bringing heavy snow and blistering cold temperatures overnight tonight. Several states have declared states.
The sighting was enough to allow the FBI to issue a federal warrant for Alton Coleman. He had taken Vernita across state lines. It was also the last time anyone saw Vernita Wheat alive. The task force responded with another massive search.
We had about 150 FBI agents and detectives from both Kenosha and Waukegan. We did a methodical search where Coleman was last seen with Vernita. This included using dogs going through the junkyard,
Helicopter,
house to house and abandoned
detected
searches, all in this downtown area.
State,
and we found nothing.
Investigators knew she was alive at midnight on the evening she disappeared. They also knew that Coleman was alone the next morning at 8 a.m. as he prepared for his court appearance.
So total there's 12.
The question was, what happened to Vernita during that 8-hour gap?
Profile from FBI headquarters in Coleman.
FBI Special Agent Jeff Showers was on the task force. He struggled to put the pieces together.
How far is he going to travel with this girl? The girl may not even be in Waukegan. She may be in another
detected.
But we knew that the longer that we waited,
state,
it was getting dimmer and dimmer.
Over.
Coleman and Vernita seemed to have vanished. On the night of June 19th, 3 weeks after Vernita's disappearance, investigators received a call from a man in Waukegan who was looking through an abandoned building for scrap metal to sell. On the second floor of the wrecked apartments, he made a horrifying discovery. The body of a child lay on the bathroom floor.
Residents in the area burning a bunch of trash files.
Alton Coleman, the FBI's prime suspect in the abduction of 9-year-old Vernita Wheat from her home in Kenosha, Wisconsin, remained at large. As the hunt for Coleman intensified, a man scouring for scrap metal in an abandoned building in Waukegan, Illinois, came across the lifeless body of a young girl. The forensic team arrived at the building. Beneath a blanket, wrapped in a man's corduroy jacket, the investigators found the young girl. Her hands, feet, and neck were bound by a television cable. She was too badly decomposed to confirm her identity. But Special Agent Jeff Showers believed they had found the body of Vernita Wheat.
The clothing matched the description that we had from the mother. She was still wearing the barrettes in her hair that matched from what her mother had described her as being last known to be wearing. She was wearing the green nylon jacket. In the pocket of the jacket were carnival tickets, and we knew from an interview of her mother that the night in question, Alton Coleman had taken Vernita Wheat to a carnival.
While the investigators suspected the body was Vernita Wheat, it was up to the forensic team to prove that the remains were hers. They also needed to find evidence that could conclusively point to the killer. Starting from the location of the body, they worked their way out in concentric circles, collecting anything that looked like it could be used as evidence. Investigators swabbed walls and door frames in an effort to find prints. Figuring whoever moved the body into the room had to come in contact with the door. They removed it from its hinges and sent it to the FBI labs in Washington, D.C. Under the lab's microscopes, FBI examiners discerned a thumbprint on the door.
Over.
Comparison to samples they had on file were conclusive. The thumbprint came from Alton Coleman. Examiners also compared prints taken from the little girl's hands to those lifted from Vernita Wheat's school books that had been retrieved from her home. That comparison was also positive. The search for Vernita was over. Investigators now had enough evidence to issue another warrant for Alton Coleman. This time, it was for the murder of Vernita Wheat.
We knew then that Alton Coleman was responsible for the death of this child. And now we've got not only a kidnapper, but we also have someone who's committed murder.
While at the autopsy to determine Vernita Wheat's exact cause of death, a television news broadcast caught the attention of Agent Showers and Detective Hanson.
Please go away.
The first news that a little girl had been found murdered in Gary, Indiana. Agent Showers, I think, immediately thought that there could be some connection to Coleman.
The report also mentioned something that investigators found disturbing. There were two killers, and the second suspect was described as being a black female. Investigators immediately suspected Coleman's girlfriend, Deborah Brown, who had not been seen in weeks. If investigators were right, Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown had traveled 90 miles from their hometown neighborhood. They were on the move, and they were leaving bodies along their way. At the hospital in Gary, Indiana, local police officers questioned 9-year-old Mary James about the afternoon of June 16th.
Swat. Please go away.
Mary told the officers that she and 7-year-old Janice Clay were walking to the store when they were approached by a man and a woman on bikes. The couple introduced themselves.
Deduction.
They told the little girls that they had some clothes that the girls might like.
Please go away.
To retrieve the clothes, Mary and Janice followed the couple into the woods.
Please go away.
Take care of yourself.
Deduction.
We're gonna get the man.
Mary was close to death when she managed to drag herself to the street.
Please go away.
I'll show you these photos.
Eat.
I'll show you these photos.
She was able to identify Coleman, but could not identify Brown from photographs sent by the FBI. However, the girl's description matched Brown exactly.
Going.
Now, investigators were dealing with two killers.
Brown.
We had looked at Deborah Brown up until that point in time as a witness because
Brown.
she cooperated with us in Waukegan. She had told us about Alton telling her that he had done something wrong. She showed us the clothes that he had been wearing the night he had come back, when he'd been out all night and when he came back in the morning. So we had looked at her as a witness. We now knew from the investigation in Gary that she was likely assisting him.
Investigators struggled to figure out some way to predict Coleman and Brown's next move.
Assist.
Both murders occurred in largely black communities, communities where the two could easily blend in, and they were quick to gain people's trust.
These were street people.
Assist.
They had that charm. They didn't have to do any arm twisting. It was always a very easy thing with them.
Searching for anything that might help them locate and stop the killers, investigators consulted an FBI behavioral profiler. For the profiler, the escalating pattern of violence was caused by Coleman's legal problems back in Waukegan.
He saw the fact that he had taken Vernita the night before a court appearance on the rape of a 14-year-old, and that he had abducted her and then murdered her as an indication that he was responding to the stress of the court appearance, and so that he would continue to murder out of anger and stress.
Investigators had reason to fear that the two murders were only the beginning of a ferocious crime spree. To capture a
Investigate.
serial killer, the profiler suggested a massive national media campaign aimed at the black communities.
So we started a publicity campaign, releasing his photograph, releasing pictures of Brown to the media, press releases, everything we could to get his picture out in the forefront. Our hope was that somebody would see him,
handled,
turn him in.
Investigate.
But the task force was always a step behind. On July 8th, agents received information from local Ohio detectives about an elderly woman named Rose Wiggins who reported her daughter missing. Rose explained that earlier in the day she had come by to check on her daughter and found the door locked. Her young grandson, James, was too frightened to open
surveillance.
the door.
Detected surveillance.
The detective convinced him they were there to
Detected
help.
surveillance.
Now he
Detective.
had nothing to fear.
Demon.
Officers immediately
Detected
started to
surveillance.
search the house for the boy's missing mother.
Detected surveillance.
While looking,
Demon.
they found 3-year-old Johnny, afraid like his older brother.
Detected surveillance. Detected surveillance.
Meanwhile, James told the detective about the man and woman
Johnny.
who had been at their house.
Well, they were in this house.
He showed the 8-year-old photos of the suspects, Coleman and Brown.
This is the lady, right?
James positively identified them as the couple who were there the night before.
You're absolutely sure? Okay, Raymond. How you doing? Detective Smith.
Searching the house for the boy's mother, the police found blood smeared throughout the kitchen. It led down to the basement. Not knowing who or what awaited them, the investigators followed the grisly trail. In Ohio, police responding to a missing persons call made an alarming discovery. The young son of the missing mother had identified fugitives Coleman and Brown as having been in their home. Blood stained the walls. They proceeded cautiously, not knowing if their suspects could still be lurking in the darkened basement.
Go ahead, 1201. Hey, you don't have to come down and look at these signs.
The trail stopped, where the bodies of mother and daughter, Virginia and Kimberly Blake, were discovered, shoved into a crawl space beneath their home.
10-4, thank you.
You not Heaths.
And from what it looks like, because I'm
Coleman and Brown, we didn't know where they were, and the violence connected with the murders and the crime scenes was beginning to
And this is
intensify.
outbound or is inbound as well?
The officers continued their search, still believing their suspects could be somewhere in the family's home.
Both outbound and inbound.
But they seemed to have slipped away, leaving behind unmistakable
And this is down
evidence,
Winnebago, correct?
clippings of jerry-curled hair. James recounted for investigators that his mother, Virginia, had met Coleman and Brown earlier in the day. The couple stopped by the house and played with the kids. Virginia invited them to stay for dinner. It was just like any other summer evening in the neighborhood. Virginia cooked while the kids hung around and chatted with their new friends.
Are you going to go into red or are you going to stay?
8-year-old James saw Coleman take a knife from the counter and slip it into his back pocket.
Soup's on, guys. Soup's on.
After enjoying dinner together, Coleman, Brown, James, and his younger brother settled into the living room to watch television. At the top of the evening news, the story of a pair of killers on the loose flashed across the screen. Coleman immediately turned off the television and shuffled the boys off to bed, while Kimberly and Virginia washed the dishes. Aware of the growing media attention, Coleman realized he and Deborah needed to change their look. He found some scissors and cut off his hair.
Charlie, sorry, you're showing in the area.
Charlie, tonight in the area.
Coleman, with Brown at his side, approached the little girl and her mother. Just upstairs, James and Johnny were asleep.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
They dragged the slain woman and her daughter downstairs and stuffed them into a crawl space.
The pressure was mounting. It was becoming increasingly stressful because here we were for the fourth time catching up with him when we found more bodies.
Coleman and Brown's MO was designed to catch their victims off guard.
Okay, Raymond, nothing's gonna happen.
When someone comes up to your house on a bicycle, you figure them to be local. If they're walking, you may be a little bit suspicious. But if they're riding a bike, they're from the neighborhood. Your guard is automatically down.
News of the murdered mother and daughter horrified the community. The savage nature of the killings caused the FBI to add an 11th position on their 10 most wanted fugitives list. It was a rare occurrence. The number 11 ranking was reserved for particularly vicious killers, a description fitting Coleman and Brown.
The magnitude and the importance of it, that
fitting.
You know, you've already got 10 that are bad, but here's one that's so bad, but we don't have room to put anybody else on. We're going to make an exception and put him on anyway, even though he's number 11.
With the national media spotlight focusing on the couple, it would be difficult for them to remain anonymous.
And in solving fugitive cases, finding people, there is nothing better than publicity. Because all you need is the one phone call from one person saying, I saw this picture and I know it's this individual.
Heath is one you are not.
With more frequency and speed than ever before. Any crime
Heath
that matched their
detected
suspect's
unlawful
MO was
surveillance.
funneled back to the task force headquarters. Hopefully, they would be able to get one step ahead of the fugitives. Investigators were sure that Coleman and Brown would tire of a life on the run and return to familiar territory.
Force.
Agents contacted everyone the two associated with in Waukegan.
We would contact them and let them know that we're still looking for them. We would go out and tell them that Alton and Deborah had been involved in another murder case, hoping that that would get them a little bit more on our side.
On July 13th, local investigators responded to a frantic 911 call from a suburb of Cincinnati, Ohio. Michelle Stone told the officers what had happened that day.
They were both young.
So 3 Shoreline 01. And Bravo 230, the plate on the vehicle is going to be handicapped.
A couple arrived at the Stones' house earlier that morning.
David Victor 160 Charles, is that also out of Alabama?
Negative, it's
CIA.
They told Michelle's father, Jack Stone, that they were interested in buying his camper, which was for sale in the driveway. Jack's wife, Anna, joined them on the porch. As Jack and Anna chatted with them, Michelle left for work.
I won't be long. I'll see you guys later. Yeah, I will. All right. Be careful, Mom. Bye-bye. I remember I didn't really see them.
Negative.
When she arrived home later that day, Michelle
CIA.
noticed the bikes the couple had arrived on were still in the yard.
Negative. Later.
And her father's car was missing.
Arrive not at Heath's.
Mom?
Inside, she found her parents' home had been vandalized.
Negative.
Mom?
She had called
Later.
out to her mother and father.
Heath detected
Hearing no
unlawful
response, her mind began
surveillance.
to race as she stepped through the shattered glass and overturned furniture littering the room.
Later.
Dad? Mom? Dad?
As she called 911, Michelle could hear a weak voice calling out from another room.
male, approximately 60 years old.
Next to the basement door, she noticed a bloody palm print.
We've got 2 EPIs on board. We do have fluids running, IV and IO established. Surely 2 of you are working on airway E-tube, so it's about 5 minutes.
She walked down into the dimly lit room, not knowing what or who she might find. Lying next to each other, motionless on the floor, she discovered her parents.
Area of 9003, work
Her father, Jack, was barely alive. As she reached to take her mother's pulse, she lifted the sheet. Her mother, Anna, was dead. Michelle waited by her father's side for help to arrive.
My mom had a sheet over her body.
Her parents had been bludgeoned and bound.
Over.
Michelle's description of the couple that had stopped by her parents' house earlier that day matched the fugitives, Coleman and Brown. A forensic team went to work collecting evidence. Among the items was a pair of plastic shoes next to Anna Stone. A recent sighting of the suspects included a description of Brown wearing these same shoes.
15200 Dos Marinas. George Frank King, 7850.
Crime scene technicians also retrieved other bloodied tools found around the body. Later, forensics confirmed the crowbar was used to kill Mrs. Stone.
0023.
Coleman's prints were all over it. He made no attempt to conceal his crimes. But there was nothing to suggest where the couple had gone.
Confirm.
It was all dead ends. Every time we'd find a body, they were gone.
You
You
are
don't have
nothing
anything
to
as
Heath.
which way they're going. You have no indicators as to who their next victim's going to
You
be.
not
It depends. If
heaths.
they wanted sexual gratification, they may snatch a child. If they need a vehicle, they may snatch
Victim.
an adult. Just don't know. We've got a couple of mad dogs out there.
The crime against the Stones showed the couple was able to gain the trust of people from outside the black urban centers where they had found their first 4 victims. This realization only complicated the investigation. Coleman could fit in anywhere.
Or they would come up on a bicycle and start chatting, and he would be looking to play in a card game. Or sometimes they would respond, they wanted to buy something, or they had something for sale. He was an extremely glib person, a real con man, and people trusted him. Plus, he was traveling with a woman, and so people were not nearly as suspect of him as they should have been.
Though Coleman's rage continued to intensify, his ability to charm more victims remained consistent, and he was showing no signs of growing tired of the kill.
Victim.
319 location.
A month and a half had passed since Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown embarked on a killing spree that had left 5 victims dead. In Cincinnati, Coleman bludgeoned a husband and wife, leaving the wife dead and the husband barely clinging to life. Their car was missing. An APB was immediately put out on the vehicle.
For the owners at 21485.
Killing.
On 1136.
2 days later, a farm worker discovered the abandoned car on his property in Lexington, Kentucky, 105 miles away from the crime in Cincinnati. In less than 2 days, the fugitives had traveled hundreds of miles across 2 states. The FBI media blitz was leaving them with few places to hide. But the couple appeared to be heading further away from their home in Illinois, not closer, as investigators had hoped.
When you're talking about Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown, they are not a normal killing machine. A normal killing machine is going to be one person. We've now got 2 out there.
Hello.
They're working together. They're feeding off each other, and one's giving support. Those are the problems. How do you? We couldn't separate them. We couldn't talk to one. We couldn't talk to either one of them.
Knowing Coleman would eventually need to steal a car,
Decision.
the FBI saturated the Lexington, Kentucky area.
State.
3558 North Mailer, EOC 5002.
They did not have to wait long for signs that he was still in town.
You are nothing to Heath.
In a hotel parking lot, Professor Oline Carmichael was assaulted and his car stolen. A couple forced him to hand over his cash and car. Leaving the professor wounded but still alive, they sped away.
Patient right now is unresponsive to painful stimuli.
After receiving medical attention, police asked Carmichael to look at mugshots that included the FBI's most wanted fugitives. Without hesitating, he pointed to Coleman and Brown. The FBI
You not
now
Heaths.
2 hours behind the fugitives.
Parking.
An APB was issued for Carmichael's car.
Stolen, not Heath.
170 on 140.
2 is not Heath.
Temperature of 96.
In a matter of hours, they received a response. It came from police in an Ohio town close to the Kentucky border.
They may have to, let me check, they may have to clear
The professor's car was found, abandoned behind some vacant buildings. Coleman and Brown, however, were nowhere in sight. For the experienced agents, finding the car in Ohio meant Coleman and Brown were probably on their way home.
Gut instinct is going to tell you that he's going to come back home. He may not come back to Waukegan, but he's going to come back to some place that he feels comfortable with. He'd never been to Gary, Indiana. He'd never been to Detroit. He had never been to Toledo. Had never been to Cincinnati,
FBI,
Dayton, Ohio, Lexington, Kentucky. At some point, he's going to get tired and he's going to want to get back to comfort. Some place that he feels comfortable. He knows the streets. He knows the people. He's going to feel comfortable. He's coming back.
are not heath.
The FBI immediately set up a dragnet. Agents and police officers from across several states joined forces to track Coleman and Brown as they headed home to Illinois. Reports of stolen vehicles or assaults were to be given immediate attention.
620,
An officer in Dayton, Ohio,
Stolen,
responded
not
to
Heath's.
a report involving an assault and a stolen car. The call came from an elderly couple, Reverend and Mrs. Gay. Reverend Gay had been badly beaten.
The brush directly across the address I gave you. I'll be 2 days from now.
Mrs. Gay told the officer that a young couple who they had met weeks earlier broke into their house. After beating them, the attackers demanded the keys to their station.
Stolen, not Heath's.
According to the description, the attackers were Coleman and Brown. New leads were coming in at a furious pace. Coleman and Brown were still just out of reach.
Eat.
But the FBI was starting to close the gap. The day after the attack
Brown.
in Ohio, detectives involved in the FBI's dragnet discovered a station wagon that had been abandoned near a car wash in Indiana. It belonged to Reverend Gay. Later in the day, some road crew workers on the edge of Interstate 65 outside of Zionsville, Indiana, made a gruesome discovery.
Brown.
It was the body of an elderly man who had been reported missing from his home in Indiana. He
Brown.
was found on his 77th birthday. Evidence left at the scene was unmistakable. Coleman and Brown had claimed another life. The body was found less than 20 miles from the couple's home turf. The country's most wanted fugitives had come home, and the FBI was waiting for them.
Get you to take one and back over here.
For 7 weeks, Coleman and Brown assaulted and killed victims in 6 different states. While investigators worked the crime scenes, scores of local officers and agents organized a dragnet to trap them as they headed back home to Illinois. The aggressive media campaign was having an impact. On July 20th, in Evanston, Illinois, a man spotted Alton Coleman with Deborah Brown in Mason Park.
88 miles. 290 area.
While he waited with the car running,
Brown.
his friend called the police. It was the one phone call investigators had been hoping for.
He went to school with Alton Coleman. He knew without a shadow of a doubt that the man that crossed the street in front of him was Alton Coleman.
Evanston police responded. Only a couple of yards stood between the law and Coleman and Brown. With surprising ease, they were able to corner Coleman. He insisted they had the wrong man. A second pair of officers surrounded Brown. When asked, she gave a different pair of names for herself and Coleman.
What's your name?
Trina Williams.
Go ahead.
Having found a knife and a false identification, the officers brought Alton Coleman to the police station.
4 other units be advised when you pick up the female, she might have a weapon in her purse. Make sure you check it. She's 10-0.
A search of Brown's handbag uncovered a .38 caliber pistol.
523-607. Meet us over here. We got
The weapon was all they needed to handcuff her and take her in.
Anything we need to know about? No?
Two of the FBI's most wanted were apprehended without incident.
Okay.
After nearly 2 months, the violent rampage was over.
268223.
Coleman continued to insist he hadn't been in any of the places where the murders happened. But the forensic evidence collected over the past 7 weeks proved otherwise. Alton Coleman was charged with the federal crime of kidnapping Vernita Wheat, followed by murder
Evidence
charges in
shows
3 other
it's
states.
not the Heaths doing it.
Deborah Brown was also charged for her role in the murders. As investigators from the task force looked on, a strip search uncovered a bloody steak knife. It would be linked to yet another murder, a 15-year-old Ohio girl, Alice Myers. Illinois State's Attorney Matthew Chansey was given the task of prosecuting Alton Coleman. In his mind, the motive was simple.
With Vernita Wheat, he crossed a threshold, and once he crossed that threshold, it was easy for him, and I think that he enjoyed it. And it wasn't just easy anymore; it was something he liked. He liked doing, and so he looked for every opportunity he could to repeat that.
Together, Coleman and Brown had stolen 7 lives. 3 states sought to take theirs. Brown stood trial separately. She was sentenced to life in prison. Until the end, she was committed to Coleman.
Access Road 5, Texas Plate King, Sam
At
Force,
Coleman's
9898.
sentencing hearing for that murder, she testified on his behalf that she had committed the murder and he had not, in an obvious attempt to try to save him. It didn't work.
Coleman and Brown's rampage had covered over 1,300 miles in 6 states. For Special Agent Berdina Passanelli, the intensity of the FBI's hunt prevented more needless murders.
Because of the massive investigation that we did and the publicity that we did, that he was caught within 7 weeks of when he started. Had we not done that, had we not gotten on this right away, who knows how long he would have gone on killing people.
The file home, Johnny voice written commands.
Alton Coleman was sentenced to death 4 times.
The file home,
went to prison
Johnny
in
surveillance
Ohio, where he
SH was deleted on disk.
April 26, 2002.
Do you really want to?
A bank is robbed. There are no witnesses. Its president is missing without a trace. When a body surfaced, the criminal investigation grew deadly serious. Federal agents descended upon a small town that found itself gripped by fear.
Killing. Johnny. You not. I.
When the small community of Nome, Missouri discovered
Johnny.
their bank was robbed, they were
You.
shocked. When the bank president turned up missing,
Unit.
they were outraged. But things aren't always as they first appear.
Robert.
And when clues began to surface, the facts were more terrible than anyone could have guessed. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. For federal agents, the Noel bank robbery became an intricate case in modern forensics and dogged determination.
The Cowskin Bridge over Grand Lake, Oklahoma, just after 3 a.m. The lake is popular for fishing and boating. But on this night, it would be the scene of something far more sinister. A gruesome crime, meticulously planned and executed.
Crime.
A cold-blooded murder that would shatter the tranquility of the nearby town of Noel, Missouri.
Crime. Friend.
Tucked away in the southwest corner of Missouri and home to about 1,200 residents, Noel is a community proud of its small-town charms and low crime rate. On the morning of October 6, 1989, Pauline Coonrod headed off to work at the State Bank of Noel. The cashier's first task upon arriving was to unlock the front doors.
He being route to the HEB to see the security guard for a criminal trespass.
But Coonrod found the doors already open.
Bank.
She thought perhaps the bank president, Dan Short, had arrived early.
D.
But as she walked through the building, she saw no one. Within moments, Coonrod realized the vault had been robbed.
Bank.
No
Arrived
police
not
and the
at
McDonald
Heath's.
County, Missouri sheriff responded to Coonrod's 911 call. The FBI was also called in since the bank was insured by the FDIC,
Info.
the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. An agent was sent to investigate from the nearby Joplin, Missouri office.
Bank.
The entire scene was meticulously photographed and dusted for prints. The agent noticed
Sheriff,
that the
not
security camera
Heath's.
had been spray painted and shot out.
Assurance.
Scent casings found below the camera indicated that the robbers used a .45 caliber handgun. Investigators discovered that the thieves had made off with over $71,000, including 320 pounds of quarters, dimes, and nickels.
Investigate.
Strangely, more than $100,000 in bills was left behind in an unlocked drawer. Bank President Dan Short was one of 4 bank employees with access to the vault and its time lock. Yet he was the only one of the 4 who hadn't arrived that morning.
Assurance.
Questioning him became essential to the investigation. Bank Vice President Mark Allman told investigators that Short intended to work late the night before.
The time lock on the vault hadn't been set the night that the robbery occurred. Dan had came in was in the habit of working later in the evenings, different times during the week. But that particular night, he'd put it on standby so that he could come back at a later time and open the vault manually.
Agents wondered if Dan Short had in fact returned to the bank that evening. The sheriff drove to Short's house in Arkansas, near the Missouri border. But no one was home, and his red pickup truck was gone. Short's absence alarmed investigators. They couldn't help but wonder what role the banker played in the robbery. Within hours, word of the crime spread throughout the scandalized community.
Noel's a small town. Main industries, poultry processing plants, some small shops, local merchants, quiet town, tourism in the summertime with the rivers, that sort of thing. But basically just your average small town.
Crimes like this did not happen here. Reports of the heist and the missing bank president filled Knoll news broadcasts. Investigators received many calls from the community offering help. One call from an employee at Sibley Manufacturing just outside of town gave investigators their first break.
Hey, listen, come in this morning. I see this.
He reported a red pickup truck abandoned in the factory parking lot. The truck was registered to Dan Short. Investigators found coin wrappers strewn across the truck bed. The truck was dusted for fingerprints, but only Short's were identified. The discovery of the truck gave case agent and 19-year FBI veteran Liddell Farley a couple of scenarios to pursue.
At the end of the first day, we weren't sure if we were dealing with an abducted banker or whether the banker, Mr. Short, had absconded with the money. Stops were being placed with his credit card. Airports were being canvassed. Rental car agencies were being checked to see if he perhaps had leased a car. But primarily we're looking for his body, either alive or dead, in the immediate area of Knoll.
With Short still missing, investigators secured a search warrant for the bank president's house, hoping to find something that would lead to his whereabouts.
State police, anybody home? Mr. Short.
Inside, all was quiet.
Trooper, look here a minute.
In the kitchen, they discovered an overturned trash can, suggesting perhaps a struggle.
I'm going to see if you want services from
They searched every room.
Hi, come here a minute.
By the bed, they found Short's glasses on the nightstand. He never went anywhere without them.
Let's get some light on in here.
It appeared that the banker had left in a hurry.
I'd say he... Yeah.
Still, it was impossible to determine from the search whether he had fled or was abducted. With no sign of Short, agents canvassed his neighborhood hoping for a lead. One neighbor, Carol Dryden, recalled seeing several vehicles pulling into Short's driveway the night of the robbery. Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike Jones was involved early in the investigation. According to Jones, Dryden's statement was critical.
We gave to around 2 o'clock in the morning, which really gave us the first time frame. She saw lights going into Dan Short's property, headlights, and then about 15 or 20 minutes later, going out of Dan Short's driveway.
But the neighbor's statement didn't put the FBI any closer to finding Short. McDonald County Sheriff Don Schlesman was a lead investigator in the case and coordinated the massive search for the banker in the area surrounding Knoll.
We set up a command post on the west side of Knoll. The groups were split up, giving roads to walk down. Highway Patrol had their helicopter down, we had airplanes. Just mainly did a search from the air and the ground.
Beginning from the location where Short's truck was found, search teams proceeded outwards in concentric circles, hoping to find a trace of Short in the immediate vicinity. 5 days after the crime, there was still no trace of the bank president. As the hunt expanded, Farley and 22 agents from the Kansas City office formed a task force with local law enforcement. To house the large number of personnel, the FBI set up headquarters of the local armory. While they unpacked, leads came pouring in from concerned residents. One tip came from local truck driver Buddy Mills. Having heard about the heist, Mills told an agent about what he saw on a road in Knoll the morning of the robbery. Returning home from work at about 3 a.m., he encountered 3 vehicles leaving town. One truck matched the description of Short's red pickup. It headed off with a 2-tone van.
pickup.
The other dark-colored truck followed Mills for a while.
2 is
until
not
it turned
Heath.
down a road toward neighboring Arkansas.
Truck.
This information jibed with Carol Dryden's recollection of the traffic outside of Short's house at 2 a.m. Mills' account reinforced the time frame for the crime.
Traffic.
Farley met with the bank president's ex-wife, Joyce, who had been married to Short for 25 years. Although they had recently separated, Joyce stressed he was a loving father to their 2 children. Having worked closely with him at the bank for several
2
years,
is not Heath.
she never witnessed any impropriety.
Worse.
Yet Short was the FBI's only suspect right now, and after several days of searching, he was still missing.
Worse.
On October 11th, a couple fishing in Grand Lake, just over the state line in Oklahoma, hunted for a good spot to drop a line.
Sail.
They motored to a favorite shady spot.
Donald Trump's answer kind of restrained.
Hoping to hook some bass.
Yes.
They sighted what looked like a crime in the water.
Year's car attack in New Orleans, and the mixed signals from some officials weren't helping.
They made a gruesome decision.
This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found.
We have nothing additional to report at this time. The investigation is continuing to be active, and no one should jump to conclusions.
The only question was
5 days after the robbery of the State Bank of Knoll, Missouri, a dead body surfaced. 2 employees of the marina towed it to a dock. The body was badly decomposed,
and the mixed signals from some officials weren't helping.
Dead for 5 days.
This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found.
We have nothing additional to report at this time. The investigation is continuing to be active, and no one should jump to conclusions.
The only question was the Bourbon Street attacker who opened fire after the car assault, who killed 14 people, who died in a shootout with police, an illegal immigrant. Fox News reported that the truck had traveled from Mexico to Texas, but clarified 7 minutes later that it wasn't clear the suspect was behind the wheel, and officials soon confirmed there was another person who had rented that truck back in November and came through Mexico. In the meantime, President-elect Trump posted about criminals coming in.
Will sink back to the bottom.
President Biden spoke about this very briefly today. He just gave a 3-minute address to the American people about 16 hours after the attack, but didn't do much to calm their nerves.
Blaming the southern border for the New Orleans attack, President-elect Trump posting a series of inaccurate posts on social media, blasting America's, quote, open borders.
I don't understand why you don't just start with the supposition that it is terrorism and then work backwards from there.
Let's talk about the response from President-elect Trump, who trolled in outright misinformation and lies on social media.
Our entire nation is a soft target when you've got an absentee president who seems like he's on a perpetual vacation, comes out and gives us a statement, doesn't answer questions, and just scuttles off into the corner.
They gave us
the mass murderer with an ISIS flag found in his truck along with explosive devices is an American citizen who served in the Army for a decade. And by the way, the local police made a fatal blunder by not blocking off Bourbon Street while a crucial set of barriers was being upgraded for next month's Super Bowl. There were media questions about the day's other terrorist. A Cybertruck made by Tesla, Elon Musk's company, exploded from a bomb outside Trump's hotel in Las Vegas, fortunately killing only the driver, also an American, a Green Beret on active duty. And there was media chatter about possible accomplices of the French Quarter killer, though the FBI has now knocked that down. Now, while the tragedy delayed the Super Bowl by a day, and with that, the Sugar Bowl, I should say, and with that Super Bowl and the Mardi Gras coming up in New Orleans, this act of unspeakable terror is about instilling fear of public events and celebrations, the kind of fear that spreads beyond one Louisiana city. I'm Howard Kurtz, and this is Media Buzz.
The task force set up a hotline.
Joining us now to analyze the coverage, Robbie Suave, senior editor at Reason Magazine. And in New York, Liz Clayman, host of the Clayman Countdown, which airs daily at 3 Eastern on Fox Business. Robbie, have the media gone too far in reporting rumors and engaging in speculation about the New Orleans attack, as happens so often in these terrorism cases?
This is no different than the coverage of any other mass shooting or crime event where in the first 24 hours you get some good information and some inaccurate information.
How do you figure out which is which?
In an ideal world, maybe we just, wouldn't be on TV until 2 days later and we know all the facts and can give them the realities. If you're covering it moment to moment, there's going to be inaccurate information reported. I don't think this was more or worse than things in the past. People did their best, but there was some inaccurate information, which was
So you feel like you've seen this movie before. Liz, a decade ago, CNN's John King apologized for reporting that the Boston Marathon bomber had been arrested well before he actually was. So did news organizations and the Bourbon Street attack show relative restraint?
Tracked down 23-year-old Joe Auguste.
Well, I think that in this day and age, Howie, everybody turns on the TV. I love to hear people say, "Oh, cable's dead." Believe me, everybody was watching cable to find out the very latest. The problem is, Robbie is right. The media get bitten in the early hours of these tragedies and these horrors by the misinformation bug. I worked in local news for years, and it wasn't funny, but we used to have this joke that saying, "Channel 6, first at 6, correct at 11. It's better. Listen, it is way better.
What city was that in?
Exactly, you got to be correct.
No, what city? Where was that?
That was Columbus, Ohio.
Okay.
Listen, we were the number 3 station. We were trying to get on it, but everybody does it. I mean, you just mentioned that Fox News had to correct itself very quickly after thinking that it had been somebody who came across the border. The car had come across the border, but the actual perpetrator was a homegrown Texan. And I think this is the point. The media are there to cover this story. We're not going to wait 24, 48 hours, but I think it's most important to take credible sources, the police, prosecutors, and sometimes they even get it wrong, but wait, and again, the FBI got it wrong. The FBI, I don't know why, the field agent came out and she simply said it wasn't terrorism, and she's wrong.
And accomplices.
I do think it was a clarification. Go ahead, Robbie.
And they said accomplices, which is very scary. That worries people when you say maybe there's other terrorists out there still, and that turns out to be.
So, Robbie, in terms of the politicization of this, which also happens after every mass shooting or tragedy, what do you make of various commentators saying this is Joe Biden's fault because of the border, despite the fact that both of these perpetrators who are now dead, Las Vegas as well as New Orleans,
the evening of the crime,
didn't cross the border because they were Americans, American military people.
There's no way around it. It was not illegal immigrants. This was homegrown. Now, the ideology, you can say that's imported, that ISIS, a terrorist group, Middle East foreign terrorist group, does have the power to inspire people to commit acts of terror here in the country. And so that speaks to our foreign policy, what we are doing about this radical terrorist group. And I think many Americans indicated in the last election that they were dissatisfied with the direction of this country, the foreign policy of this country. Has the world gotten safer and more secure under 4 years of Joe Biden? I would argue no, and clearly the American people spoke with a pretty solid voice saying they didn't feel like this is a more secure and safe world under Joe Biden because we don't hear from him, we don't see him, we're having questions about his capabilities now, and I think that speaks to the fundamental safety of the country, even if this did not specifically have to do with illegal immigration.
Well, in fairness, he has appeared on television a couple of times since this happened. Maybe the first
reassuring no one.
Maybe the first appearance took too long. But Liz, what's your take? Let's look at the other side of this on journalists, commentators going after Donald Trump for trying to make this about the border, as he did in a follow-up post.
Well, yes, after it had been proven that this person was homegrown, Texas, Beaumont, lives in Houston, and yes, was somehow radicalized. Listen, pundits on the right and the left should point out any incorrect information, no matter whom it is coming from. So obviously President Trump won very much in part on his very strict border issue, and people liked that. They felt that was important, but therefore any narrative that supports that, he will grab that ball and run with it, and quite frankly, I think that's obviously not the right thing to do, especially when you are then found with the facts that it was not somebody like that. Michael Smerconish actually on CNN, I was looking at all of the media coverage, did something interesting. He pointed out, Howie, the difference between between the Las Vegas news conference and the New Orleans conference. Las Vegas was simply, he was very complimentary of that. It was law enforcement and prosecutors. New Orleans, you had everybody and their mother up there. You had the local mayors, the local city council. You had Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana, and that gives people some comfort to see the big crowds, but politicians should stay away from a microphone until the law enforcement can work through a lot of the initial details, because everybody's got an agenda, and they will try and politicize it.
Well, good luck with that, because they want to show up and show that they're doing something, and I understand that, but I just have a fundamental problem with this whole blood on his hands narrative, because the person who is responsible are the crazy people who do this, and by definition they are crazy, because just take a look. The guy blew himself up outside the Las Vegas hotel, and he likes Trump. But let me get to something else where I have strong feelings you may infer from this. There's always this question of motive that the media puts. So why did this person do this? Did he have an unhappy childhood? I don't care about motive. The reason I don't care about motive, I understand it's an interesting human question. Yeah, a psychological question is that when you have people who think it's a good idea to blow themselves up, these essentially were suicide bombings, it is noteworthy that the Bourbon Street killer was an Army veteran who only recently became a believer in ISIS, and yes, he had financial problems. Same thing for the Las Vegas Tesla bomber and Trump. He likes Trump. So go ahead and argue with me.
You're very much correct, and there's an obsession in the media with understanding the motive, trying to make it make sense. Well, here are the exact sequence of events that took an ordinary person and made them deranged enough to commit an attack. And you're exactly right that it doesn't neatly track ideology. Like the New Orleans guy, his initial plan was to kill like his ex-wife and family or something, and then he said he had a dream about ISIS and he was told to join ISIS. I mean, like, that's crazy stuff.
Right.
And you're right that the media spends too much time, and also you can spend too much time on people's motivations and why in a way that makes them more famous, and that we worry then inspires copycats to go, oh, this is how I get famous. It plays into people who have a desire for grandeur, delusions of grandeur, that kind of thing. So we can't not cover the news, and people aren't going to get this information. There's no way not to.
I'm not criticizing people who cover it, and right away on this show, because this is my personal feeling, we're not naming these people for exactly the reason you said, people who think it's a good way to go out, so to speak. But Liz, law enforcement found on the phone, notes on the phone of the Las Vegas bomber, which did injure 7 people. Country heading toward collapse. It was a wake-up call. Americans only pay attention to spectacles and violence. What better way to get my point across than a stunt with fireworks and explosives? Also pro-Trump. Also turns out his wife just left him. I don't care. Millions of people in this country get divorced, and they don't go out and try to become mass killers.
Indeed. Howie, you're absolutely right. Listen, the country's heading toward collapse. Really? I love America, and with all of its faults, this is a phenomenal country and the place where people can create anything and they can grow businesses. As a business anchor, this is what we cover every day, whether they are legal immigrants who come here and begin gigantic companies and employ people. I'm picking America, so this country is not heading toward collapse. The problem becomes that the media do tend, and it is their job to start digging and finding the details, create sort of these situations where an algae bloom starts to begin to grow, and then what do you have? You've got this subsequent feeding frenzy. Everybody's trying to beat everybody else, and as you said, good luck with that for people to sit back and wait for the facts. Unfortunately, it's a race to be first.
Yeah, it's not a made-for-TV movie. This is real life, unfortunately, with real casualties. Let's just touch on the subject of fear, Robbie, which is, that's the whole purpose of terrorism, to get people to say, well, maybe I won't go to the Mardi Gras because it's outside and having to protect every street. And it is difficult to protect every street. On the other hand, if we give in to that, then that's exactly what the terrorists want.
Exactly. We don't want to. And it's important for the media to put these numbers, incidents of violence and terrorism and crime in context. We do not have a lot of, thank goodness, ideologically motivated violence in this country. Is the lowest category of crime. Most violence is crime or workplace violence, domestic violence, those kinds of things. Important problem to address, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
But people should not, and the media should not make people afraid to go to the movie theater, to go to the mall, to go to sporting events. These kinds of things are very rare, and it's important to emphasize that.
All right, when we come back, a veteran CBS reporter says the press should have uncovered Joe Biden's mental decline. President Biden now telling advisors
he took note that Shannon
believes he could have beaten Donald Trump based on the Washington Post reporting. It was inevitable that the press would ask about it, as one reporter did at Trump's Mar-a-Lago New Year's Eve party.
Financial records.
Hey, look, I wish him well. He had a chance to do it in the debate, and that didn't work out too well for him. That was, I guess, the reason that really led to his downfall.
Making them unlikely candidates.
Liz, given Biden's musings about being able to beat Trump, could charitably be described as a fantasy.
While they had,
and these guys have said obviously terrible things about each other. Did you find Donald Trump's answer kind of restrained?
Yes, I thought it was classy and listen. Biden's belief that he could have won is amusing, and I mean, it would be something that would cause a chuckle, but the consequences were incredibly serious, certainly for Democratic voters who didn't believe he could. Otherwise, more of them would have voted for him. He was unable to articulate a successful, at least certain portions of success in the economy, whether it was 57 records on the S&P 500 in 2024. I mean, how do you not push that? How do you not push a pretty solid jobs market? He was unable to articulate it. And then you think, remember the cheap fake thing, Howie, where Fox News was accused of focusing on cheap fake videos, which cheap fakes are basically not deep fake videos. They're not fake videos, but they don't really give the whole side of the story. From the Normandy anniversary, where Joe Biden appeared to be wandering off and Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister of Italy, had to pull him back. It actually wasn't a cheap fake. He was wandering off and going off in the middle of what was supposed to be a big photo op.
Yeah,
so,
it wasn't just Fox. It was all of these Democrats saying, "Oh no, you're unfairly using the video that sometimes the White House provided." And Robbie, let me just switch subjects here because we're shorter on time. Veteran CBS reporter Jan Crawford had this to say about Biden's now obvious mental decline and the press's role.
Both Shannon and Joe Agofsky.
Undercovered and underreported. That would be, to me, Joe Biden's obvious cognitive decline that became undeniable in the televised debate. We should have much more forcefully questioned whether he was fit for office for another 4 years, which could have led to a primary.
Although he offered no alibi.
Well, good for Jan Crawford. Robbie, was covering for Joe Biden on this, or was shielded from Biden, just like Biden was shielded from much of his staff?
I mean, Biden's staff tried to keep him at arm's length from the press, but they needed to do a more dogged job of pursuing this question, because for all the people in the media saying, wow, admitting they got it wrong, that they believed what Karine Jean-Pierre and others were saying and didn't...
Sharp as attack,
and they didn't get into it. But that is so interesting because the supermajority of the American people and the majority of Democrats, as far back as a year ago, months before the debate performance, said in polls that they had serious questions about Joe Biden's ability to continue doing the job. So if most of the American people saw this, why didn't the media see it? That's the question.
It was Democrats who ultimately pushed Biden out. Liz, do the media have to take some responsibility on this because they kept quoting Biden aides and associates and Dems as saying, oh, he's at the top of his game, and that was flatly untrue.
By July of last year, you saw Chuck Todd of NBC and MSNBC say that it was an open secret among many of the cabinet members. For a couple of years, Jonathan Martin of Politico came out and said the same thing. In July of 2024, well after we started to see the exhibitions of these behaviors and this mental cognitive decline or very obvious slowdown.
It's going to be a lot harder once Donald Trump is winning 216 to...
You are nothing. The
Middle East, where many things...
So she had led to Christi.
Detected that Shannon was somehow involved.
Until it's...
But he'd need more convincing.
I was surprised.
But he also went after Donald Trump takes his hand off of that New York.
In December 1989, the Agofskys were subpoenaed to appear before a grand jury to answer questions under oath. Each family member gave testimony separately.
Evidence
Shannon, Joe, and
Big
Sheila
is he.
each disavowed any knowledge
Big
of the
brother.
bank robbery and the murder of Dan Short.
Evidence shows
After questioning, Shannon
Baby.
was once again asked to supply his fingerprints
Big
voluntarily.
brother.
Can you tell me where the
Evidence shows
Again, he
it's
agreed
not the
and
Heath's
set an
doing
appointment.
it.
In Washington, D.C., FBI analysts continued to
brother.
examine the items sent to them by the agents in Knoll, trying to match the chair part and tape retrieved by Foreman to the chair and tape that had been bound to Dan Short. An examiner confirmed that the wood found by Rowdy Foreman was part of the
I'm done
same
spending
chain
an
of
obscene
Dan
amount of money on
Short's
tape
tape.
at every.
The piece of tape with the fingerprint on it was the most promising piece of evidence. But did it match the tape used on the chair and body? It did. Examiners were conclusively able to link these portions of tape by matching the torn ends, the fibers, and the glue. The tape found by Foreman had 2 complete prints on it. They compared the prints to Joe Agofsky's, but they did not match. Farley recalled this finding was not all bad news.
The fingerprint examiner notified me that the prints on the tape were similar to that of Joe Agofsky, but not identical. And he advised me that the fingerprints of siblings were often similar in pattern. Therefore, getting the fingerprints of Shannon Agofsky was imperative.
Although he told the grand jury he would provide his fingerprints, Shannon never did. But this time, Farley would force Shannon to comply by serving him with a subpoena.
Gas.
Grudgingly, Shannon Agofsky gave his prints to the FBI almost 5 months after the heist and murder. Since comparing his prints to those found on the tape would take several weeks, Shannon was free to go.
TC. Gas.
But Agent Farley did not remain idle. He knew that Gant Sanders was close to both brothers and probably knew more about the crime than he had said.
Bitch.
So he decided to confront him.
Bitch. Bitch.
He told Sanders that if he was innocent and had knowledge of the crime, he should cooperate with the investigation. But if Sanders was knowingly protecting the Agofskys and they were convicted of the robbery and murder, Sanders would be jailed for aiding and abetting. Worse, without a solid alibi, he was still under suspicion of the crime. But Sanders revealed nothing. He remained faithful to the brothers. Farley thought that perhaps Sanders was hiding his guilt with his silence. Agent Farley pursued 2 brothers, Joe and Shannon Agofsky, as the prime suspects in the bank heist and murder. Joe's fingerprints had been compared to the 2 found on the duct tape from the murder device. His did not match. As investigators waited for results on a comparison with Shannon's, additional partial prints were discovered on the tape. Now the FBI needed new prints from Shannon, a 360-degree view to match the partial prints on the duct tape. But Shannon was nowhere to be found. Farley hoped that he could get to Shannon through one of the Agofsky brothers' friends, Gant Sanders. The agent also suspected Sanders could be the unidentified accomplice. But cooperating with the FBI would mean betraying his longtime friends. Finally, in June of 1990, hoping to clear his name, he contacted Farley, wanting to talk.
We searched the area. There's no sign of fire. We're going to be available.
Investigators told Sanders they thought that he had helped commit the bank robbery and murder in Knoll with the Agofsky brothers. But Sanders claimed he had nothing to do with the crime.
13 robberies.
However, he did admit to his involvement in another, more recent incident. On one particular evening in late December 1989, Shannon and Joe Agofsky broke into a house in Missouri and stole several rifles. The brothers rendezvoused with Sanders later that evening, setting the second part of their plan into action. The next day, Sanders and Shannon drove across the state line into Arkansas and sold the guns. It was a federal violation. Sanders recalled another time when the brothers tried to convince him to participate in another, more violent crime just months after Dan Short's murder. Sheriff Don Schlesman recalled how the Agofskys tried to recruit Sanders.
And they told him, we're not doing any more Mickey Mouse stuff. We're going to go hit a place, and there's probably going to be some shooting because they got armed guards. And if you don't really want to kill somebody, you'd probably better let us know so we can take you back home. And so Gant told him he didn't really think he wanted to be involved in something like that, so they turned around and did take him home.
By cooperating with the FBI, Sanders made a deal for his role in the illegal sale of the firearms and was put on probation. He was also finally dismissed as a third suspect in the bank robbery, passing a lie detector test 3 times. With the help of Sanders' statement, Farley issued a federal warrant for Shannon Agofsky. He was indicted for transporting and selling firearms across state lines. Since Joe had not been involved in the sale, he was not charged. Authorities tracked down Shannon in a small town in Arkansas several months later. When apprehended, police searched his vehicle and found several bags of nickels in his trunk. Shannon was turned over to authorities in Missouri and booked in the Springfield Federal Courthouse.
Federal. Going.
While being processed, Farley acquired the set of Shannon's fingerprints examiners had been waiting for. The FBI lab needed a front and back view of his prints, hoping to match 2 partial prints found on the duct tape used in the murder of Dan Short.
You not he.
But his older brother Joe
Please
was
go
still free,
away.
and Farley had little evidence to tie him to the crimes.
Short.
Investigators knew the brothers remained in contact while Shannon was behind bars. Since all prison conversations were recorded, agents got a glimpse into the Agofsky's family relationship.
Big brother.
Shannon made a number of calls to his mother and Joe.
Agents.
According to Assistant U.S.
Big
Attorney
brother.
Mike Jones, one call was particularly incriminating.
Agents.
Shannon was asking Joe if we would be able to make a case against him, and Joe indicated that we would not be able to put him at the scene.
Farley knew the brothers were worried, but the call was not enough to arrest Joe. Then, just days later, he finally received the results from the lab.
Those fingerprints turned out to be the fingerprints of Shannon Agofsky.
AC.
The tape was determined to have come from the chair in which Mr. Short was bound to. Therefore, that piece of tape became a most important piece of evidence in this case.
Mike Jones now had a strong case against Shannon.
We knew we were going to prosecute Shannon once we got those first 2 fingerprints, and then the main focus was on Joe, trying to get a case built against Joe.
How's it going?
Finding evidence against Joe was a thorny task. Nothing directly linked him to the crime. Once again, Farley combed through financial records to see how much Joe had spent.
Paint harassment.
Attempted to determine all his cash transactions and did determine that he had spent some $19,000 in cash.
Evidence
during the
shows
16
it's
months
not the
following
Heaths
robbery.
doing it.
During that time, he was unemployed and had no logical explanation
You
for
not
having that much
Heaths.
cash.
Scrutinizing Joe's
Evidence
phone records,
shows it's
Farley
not
made
the
another
Heaths
important
doing
find.
it.
Joe had made several long-distance calls to his girlfriend at her home during the very days leading up to and after the robbery.
Yeah.
The calls destroyed his alibi. Joe had stated that he was staying with her the entire time.
Not too smart.
You not Heaths.
They called Sanders in for additional questioning, hoping he could shed more light on Joe's involvement. Sanders told the agents about a conversation he had with both Rogowski brothers. That incident took place in Sammy Skaggs' junkyard.
The three of them were working on one of the cars, and Sammy Skaggs announced that the banker from Joplin was here to pick up his car.
Jay.
And that apparently generated a comment from, I believe it was Joe, that what the three of them ought to do was to follow a banker, follow him home, grab him, kidnap him, and force him to take him to the bank and open the vault.
At the time, Sanders agreed that it might be an easy way to get rich.
Okay, they have just taken.
The plan sounded eerily like what could have happened to Dan Short. It was now clear to the FBI that the brothers had the knowledge, motive, and opportunity to pull off the homicide and heist.
Operation.
Based on accumulating evidence, Joe Agofsky was arrested more than 2 years after the horrifying
Operation.
Both brothers were
Evidence
indicted on
shows
federal
it's
counts relating to the bank
Operation.
robbery and murder. But would the evidence be strong enough to convict the two brothers?
Operation.
The investigators were betting.
Big Brother. Operation.
Almost 3 years after a bank
Big
heist
is
and
Heath.
brutal murder, FBI agent Liddell
Operation.
Farr handed prosecutors all the evidence the task force had amassed. Reviewing their files, the agents
Operation.
described the Agofsky's plans and actions
Force.
to Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike Jones and his associates. They were determined to prove beyond any doubt that the brothers had committed
Operation.
the crime.
Big
The FBI
Brother.
had learned that Joe Agofsky, needing information about the state bank's floor plan, had opened a safe deposit box a few weeks before the crime. Bank Vice President Mark Ullman told investigators that Joe was particularly interested in Dan Short as well. He made a point of asking who Short was and where he lived.
He's our president. Would you like to meet him?
Oh, no, thanks. I was just asking who he was.
Returning home, Joe drew floor plans to the bank and plotted the crime with Shannon. They decided to do the job before the sun rose, so there would be no witnesses.
We're going to go through the front door. When we get through there, I want you guys to knock the cameras out. Now, he has that
To get into the vault, they needed someone who had the keys and
T.
knew the combination.
Make sure you get keys.
For that, they would abduct Dan Short, the bank president, and force him to open the vault. Afterwards, they needed to make sure he'd never talk.
Short, don't give that combination.
Force.
They thought it would be easy money. Life would be good with their new fortunes.
Fart.
In the early hours of October 6th, Joe and Shannon Agofsky put their plan into motion. Acting as a lookout for them was an unidentified accomplice who drove the blue Chevy pickup. It was the same vehicle neighbor Carol Dryden recalled seeing around Short's house a week before the kidnapping. The brothers loaded their mother's brown and tan van with the equipment they would need to commit the crime. At around 2 a.m., they arrived at Dan Short's house, a brief trip across the Arkansas border. Eventually, he awoke from a
Arrived
deep
not
sleep.
at Heath's.
The intruders would be the last people he ever saw.
Okay.
Short tried to flee, but he had no chance against the brothers and their accomplice. They
Mental.
threatened to kill him unless he turned over
Heat.
his keys to the bank.
Okay.
Silencing him,
Mental.
the intruders dragged Short outside.
Okay.
The terror continued as Short was stuffed into the front seat of the van. Each criminal drove one of the vehicles, including Short's red pickup as they sped off for the bank.
Eat.
Agent Farley and the prosecutors continued piecing together the events of October 6th.
Bring out everything you knew about that one.
The Agofskis and their accomplice pulled up to the bank, only a brief drive from Short's house. With their captive in tow, the robbers quickly opened the bank's front door and ran in. No alarm sounded because Short had neglected to set them, and no one would ever be able to see what was about to happen.
Short. Short.
Let's go to that desk.
After ripping the duct tape off his mouth, they pulled Short over to his desk and retrieved the keys to the safe.
7 left.
Then they forced him to provide the vault's combination.
Hurry up. 42 right.
Key.
Once inside, they grabbed all that was in reach
Get him out. Get out. Move
and
now.
dashed away.
Go. I'll blow your head off. Move it.
They dumped the loot in the truck. Afraid for his life, Short complied with their every demand. But the assailants pistol whipped him and knocked him out. On the way out of Knoll, Buddy Mills crossed paths with the brothers. After he passed the intersection, the three vehicles sped off, the first two heading toward Grand Lake.
King is Heath's.
Reaching Grand Lake, some 22 miles from Knoll, the two remaining vehicles stopped along the high point of the Cowskin Bridge.
King is Heath's.
Here, Shannon and the unknown accomplice prepared to kill Short by jumping
Live.
in. In his haste, Shannon took off his gloves to secure a portion of the tape.
Stop. Shut up.
And unknowingly left greasy fingerprints behind.
Stop. What are you doing? Shut up. Stop. Don't do this.
Then the two attached the stolen chain hoist.
I'll do anything. Anything you want.
Left.
When they finished, they lifted Short above the lake.
Oh, no. No.
And plunged him into the black water below. At the first trial in September 1992, the evidence was strong enough to persuade a jury to convict Shannon and Joe Agofsky of 3 federal crimes relating to the robbery, abduction, and use of firearms during the illegal acts. In the state trial, only Shannon was found guilty of murder. Though the unidentified accomplice was never found, it was determined that the Agofsky brothers were the masterminds and principal perpetrators of the crime. No charges were brought against their mother, Sheila.
Without doubt, this was the most difficult investigation I've been involved in as an FBI agent. Some 29 years of investigating various crimes. This was an unusually heinous crime.
Today, Joe and Shannon Agofsky are serving life sentences with no chance of parole. For his cooperation, Gant Sanders served the remainder of his firearms charge on probation. Knoll has returned to Knoll.
Probation.
A violent chapter in its history now closed. Yet because of the crimes of these blood brothers, it will never be the same quiet, innocent place it once was.
Probation. Stream. Probation. Stream. You not Heaths. Probation. You not Heaths. Probation.
Charlie 2 down, clear.
So you got what I need?
On the streets of New Orleans, drug money bought the city's cops. Officers became the strong arm of drug lords, brutalizing anyone who dared speak out. With police tainted by greed, undercover agents would have to put their lives on the line to bring down the corrupt officers who hid behind a shattered shield.
You not heaths. Hello.
In the city awash in narcotics, the drug lords have all the power, even over the police. Corruption in New Orleans grew like cancer, eating away at public safety and threatening to destroy the city. Lured by easy wealth, crooked cops began breaking the laws they were sworn to uphold. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. When it became clear that the police could no longer police themselves, the FBI had to get involved. It was a case where the line between friends and enemies became dangerously blurred.
New Orleans, 1993. Tourists packed the city looking for a good time, not all of it legal. Cocaine was in demand, and the dealers cashed in. It was a violent business. For protection, the drug lords turned to those whose duty was to serve and protect. The cops. Officers lined their pockets while enforcing the will of the dealers. They controlled turf like thugs, terrorizing innocent civilians.
Red light.
Agent Stan Haddon of the FBI's Public Corruption Unit in New Orleans was aware of the growing problem.
Our intelligence told us that there was a great variety of corruption taking place among many different officers on the department.
Intelligence.
However, the one thing that seemed to be the most pervasive was that officers were out there working with drug dealers on the street, were protecting drug dealers on the street, and were stealing money and drugs from drug dealers on the street.
One such drug dealer was Terry Adams, known on the streets as Scaboo. He was a small-time operator who was being extorted by Officer Sammy Williams.
So you got what I need? Come on now, give me what I need.
But this time, the protection money Scaboo paid Williams wasn't enough. On Christmas Eve, the officer demanded that Scaboo pay him $10,000 cash by 6 p.m. If Scaboo failed to show, Williams threatened to beat him and guaranteed him 20 years to life. That evening, at 5 p.m., Special Agent Stan Haddon was finishing up some last-minute
life.
About to go home, he took one last call. It was Scaboo. His time was running out. He told Haddon that he was being blackmailed, but didn't have the $10,000 the corrupt cop was demanding in less than an hour.
What are the name of the officers?
When Scaboo contacted me, we realized that that was our best chance to do something about police corruption. And I immediately arranged to meet him and debrief him in person. There was no way we could get everything together by 6 o'clock. By the time I met with him, it was 30 minutes before the deadline.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about that.
Haddon and his partner quickly hashed out a plan.
This is, I think, the best one we've got.
Scaboo would meet the officer as arranged, but he'd be wearing an FBI wire. The agents couldn't arrange $10,000 on such short notice. Scaboo would have to convince the cop to accept smaller payments over several meetings.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay, they could be rough. Well, you know that. You worked with them.
Yeah, I have.
Assured by Haddon that he would be under constant surveillance, Scaboo took his position.
Wilson, RP called saying his sister called her, Roseanne, she's pregnant and a male subject.
Officer Sammy Williams was still on duty when he arrived with a prisoner cuffed in the back seat of his cruiser.
Okay.
Williams drove Scaboo to a deserted spot behind a seafood market.
Go ahead. Q980.
Yes, ma'am. I'm coming to you code 1 with a 41-year-old male. 151, do we have anybody in the
He
garage?
ordered him to throw the $10,000 into the trunk.
Good.
Scaboo told Williams he only had $3,000 now, but would pay the rest later.
Yeah, 2 on
The cop arrested Scaboo. He'd never get his payoff.
Shut that door.
Agents hoped Williams would agree to meet him again for more of the money. He did, and the FBI had it all on tape. Hadn't believed this one incident could lay the groundwork for exposing more corruption in the New Orleans Police Department.
Our main objective was to try and create a strategy that would enable us to prosecute as many bad officers as we possibly could.
Decision.
In the days that followed, agents, along with prosecutors from the United States Attorney's Office, began to plan their operation, codenamed Shattered Shield. Assistant U.S. Attorney Al Winters would advise agents every step of the way on what would be needed to convict the dirty cops.
We were involved really from day one.
Decision.
We met with the case agents
Advise.
on numerous occasions and discussed exactly what we were interested in
Agents.
being developed as far as evidence in the case.
As with most corruption cases, the FBI's strongest evidence would likely come from
shows
wiretaps.
it's not the Heaths doing it. Heat.
According to Special Agent Karen Jenkins, an FBI wiretap specialist, securing them isn't easy.
Title III is a court-authorized intercept or wiretap. It's very difficult to get one approved. It's a lengthy process, very time-consuming. Basically, we have to have approval by FBI officials to get one, and beyond that, we have to have the review and approval by Department of Justice officials. Finally, a federal judge will make the final determination as to whether or not one is authorized.
After delivering 2 more payoffs to Officer Williams, Scaboo had won his trust. Now the FBI seized the opportunity to take the operation to the next phase. Scaboo would approach Williams with a proposition. The volume of drug business was going to increase, and Scaboo would need more cops to protect it. If Williams was interested in higher payoffs, he would need to hire more dirty cops to handle the expansion. Williams took the bait. Scaboo met with him for another recorded payoff in mid-January 1994.
Don't forget now.
But this time, Williams showed up with another officer. He turned out to be Len Davis, Sammy Williams' partner. It wasn't surprising. Davis was known in the projects as a gangster with a badge.
Project.
It's not very good.
Reviewing the tapes hadn't discovered a problem. Both Davis and Williams used the coded language of the drug trade. To make charges stick, the FBI had to record the officers using language that a jury would understand. Hadn't pressed Scaboo to get Williams and Davis to use words like dope, so there'd be no doubt at trial. But when Scaboo told the cops the dope is in, Davis suspected something was up.
If you're in the police business and somebody starts using words that are that overt and that plain, that immediately makes you suspicious that this person is trying to set you up.
Davis shoved Scaboo into the car and told Williams to drive.
Area of 14.
The agents would be too conspicuous on the deserted streets. If they pursued the cops now, they would put Scaboo's life at greater risk.
Area.
The only thing they could do was sit patiently and listen to the wire. When the car came to a stop, Davis's rage ignited. yelled
You
that
not
Scaboo was never to say the word
car.
dope again.
Stop.
They immediately took him to a deserted location, aggressively searched him. You can hear the Velcro ripping loose on his clothes and stuff. And that was a very tense moment.
You not Heath.
Davis insisted
Open.
that he wouldn't go to jail for careless talk.
Location
He and
Chernos.
Williams stripped Scaboo looking for a wire.
Heat.
Scaboo
Cat.
was sure he was going to die.
Heat.
Miraculously, they
Going.
never found him.
I'm not going to jail behind you.
Hope.
Their trust was restored.
You understand me?
Scaboo continued his protection deal with Davis and Williams. For the next job, the cops drove him to a store where a drop-off was to take place.
The file home Johnny Kiwawen generate JSON
Inside, Scaboo
SH was
checked the bag
deleted
at the
on
counter.
disk. Do you really want to
He passed
continue
the
to
ticket
close
an
this
agent
file?
posing as a buyer,
Data
who
loss
then
may
retrieved
occur.
the bag.
You not Heaths.
Williams and Davis watched as each transaction went down. They were promised $1,000 for every kilo of
Heath
cocaine they
detected
detected.
unlawful surveillance.
For them, the deals meant easy money. Davis and Williams met Scaboo behind stores and alleyways for the protection payoffs. The FBI recorded every word. Gradually, Operation Shattered Shield was building a solid case against police corruption.
Project.
The recordings continued into the spring of 1994. Once agents were sure Davis and Williams were solidly on board, the FBI prepared to expand the investigation.
Project.
With still more cocaine to guard, Williams and Davis would need to recruit more dirty cops.
Project.
Federal agents hoped to snare every one of them. But agents knew the officers may become suspicious of Scaboo's rapidly growing drug business. They needed to bring in a big-time dealer, someone whose status as a kingpin would explain the larger shipments.
You like some? Sure. Okay.
Hadden called on Juan
What we're doing
Jackson,
down here is
an FBI agent trained
bringing in
specifically for
JJ
working
here
undercover.
to represent a drug kingpin from up in the East Coast.
At that time, I was in New York City, and I'd been contacted to come down to just be interviewed and go over the actual case. A lot of times, they'll be looking for a certain person, height, weight, color, or whatever, to infiltrate or get into a certain group.
Known as JJ, the agent would act as Scaboo's cocaine supplier.
Heath
proposing
don't
to
know
use
the
New
hoe.
Orleans as a hub to store and distribute his product nationwide.
I was a high-level drug dealer. I played that role, and I had ties where my operation was in both Miami and in New York City.
Operation.
With the arrival of JJ, Shattered Shield was about to grow from a minor drug business to a booming
Operation.
Jackson was one of the FBI's
Operation.
best undercover agents. He was smart and experienced. But his life would be in the hands of the informant, Scaboo, who had no training. Jackson needed to build complete trust with Scaboo, or they'd both
AC.
be dead.
The informant, because he lives that world, is probably for me anyway, the most important, because he himself has been there. He's been around these people. If he's not believable, it's not going to work. And I think that was the big thing for me down there, was to make sure that we were going to be believable.
Lives.
Jackson and Scaboo rehearsed their roles again and again, preparing for the real test with Davis and Williams. Jackson, federal agent from the north, and Scaboo, a southerner who had dealt
Lives.
drugs all his life, had to forge a common history. Their story would be that they had met in the Army. After their stint was up, they'd kept in touch. They hashed and rehashed details of their friendship, habits, fake memories that they'd have to know
Open.
cold, and when to say them.
You not Heaths.
They were dealing with criminals who could run thorough background checks and who were free to use deadly force.
We knew that whatever we had to keep it simple, but we had to make sure that we remembered certain things.
Henry Robert David, 9004.
The biggest thing I thought that helped us was my initials, my nickname. So no matter how many times they would ask him, what's his name? He believably said, because he only knew, JJ.
In April, the FBI was ready to introduce JJ into the operation.
It's going to be in reference when you
He arrived at a hotel carrying what was supposed to be a drug payment of $100,000. For the first time, Williams and Davis caught a glimpse of the big-time dealer. Their perceptions would be critical.
The first encounter was
arrived
Sheridan
not
Hotel.
at Heath's.
They were going to stand at a distance and just observe. It was another test to see if they were willing to do what they were going to do. Hey, I don't know how it's going to work. They could arrest me right now and take me off, and I'm down. Because it was supposed to be drug money. So it was a test.
Scaboo told the cops about JJ and his plan to use New Orleans as a transport hub for his cocaine business. Davis and Williams carefully studied JJ's every move. Jackson was creating his character before their eyes. It would become his full-time identity, and it would have to hold up under scrutiny. Everything depended on what the cops thought they had seen, and if they believed the cash exchange was genuine. The plan worked. The cops were convinced that JJ was the real deal. The FBI was now poised to take Operation Shattered Shield to the next level. By the spring of 1994, the FBI's Operation Shattered Shield, targeting New Orleans police officers involved in the city's drug trade, was in place. Posing as a drug kingpin named JJ, undercover Special Agent Juan Jackson worked with Scaboo, the drug dealer turned FBI informant. Scaboo rented a hotel room for JJ to meet officers Len Davis and Sammy Williams for the first time.
What's up, man? What's up?
That was showtime. That was a big deal. On any first meeting with any bad guys, a million things are going through your mind. I mean, are you going to be believable? Is anything going to happen that's going to change their attitude? It's either going to work from here or we're all going to go home.
Playing the street-savvy drug dealer, JJ insisted that everyone strip to establish trust. For this first meeting, Jackson didn't wear a wire. He didn't need to. The room had been thoroughly wired by the FBI for audio and video recording. Then, in a bold gamble, JJ invited them to search the room. Because they were cops, Davis and Williams knew how to find a room wire. But JJ bet his life on the FBI's technicians. The cops never found the wires. JJ was beginning to build trust with the officers. But officers are trained to sniff out deception.
I mean, you got to think that I'm meeting with two police officers. Because of the guns, you also always have to remember the threat. You always have to be conscious of the threat and remember exactly where they are and what they're going to do and where the weapons are.
With the cops convinced for the moment, JJ began to discuss the proposal approved by case agent Stan Haddon.
And he played the role of a big-time drug dealer from New York who was using New Orleans as a transshipment point, simply as a storage point where he could bring dope in, leave it for a while, have it guarded and protected by the officers, and then thereafter have it shipped out to other points unknown.
For their role, JJ promised to pay them $5,000 every day the cops guarded the warehouse.
Real business, you know what I'm saying?
Williams and Davis were enthusiastic about the plan, even offering advice. The cops urged JJ to hire young drivers, give them company uniforms with name tags, and put signs on the sides of the trucks to resemble legitimate companies. For the FBI, The meeting was flawless.
The meeting went off without a hitch. They bought JJ's act. They believed him completely, and they also said the magic word cocaine, which got it clearly established on tape that we were talking about the officers protecting a drug operation.
From that May meeting, the plan moved quickly. The FBI found a warehouse that met their needs, far from public view and rival drug dealers. JJ and Scaboo met Davis and Williams for a walkthrough.
JJ and Scaboo would meet with Len Davis and Sammy Williams at the warehouse for what we call the pre-deal meet. There at that meeting, they would discuss when the dope was coming in, how long it was going to stay in town, and how much money JJ was going to pay for the officers to guard the dope.
Once inside, Davis told JJ that he had half a dozen more officers lined up to guard the cocaine shipments. They would work in 10-hour shifts. Uniformed police outside, guarding payloads of cocaine inside. Up to $250,000 worth in each load. At that June meeting came the first big payments from JJ. More than $10,000. Everything is going smoothly. But one aspect of the warehouse plan bothered Assistant U.S. Attorney Al Winters.
Basically, what we told the agents, unless we had evidence, irrefutable evidence, that these people knew they were guarding cocaine, we couldn't prosecute them.
Because the cops stood guard outside the warehouse, they could later claim they didn't know that drugs were inside.
I think having some sort of video or photographic
Haddon had to find a way to prove Davis's recruits saw the drug shipments.
Or maybe even see.
His team mulled over ways to bring the drugs into plain view.
We need them to implicate themselves. Here, I'll take those.
The officers would have to be recorded, seeing and discussing the shipment. Shipments were delivered to the warehouse one weekend every month according to schedule. Then, in mid-July, the FBI sent a shipment that the guards didn't expect. With one load already in the warehouse, an FBI agent dressed as a courier brought another shipment. The driver shocked the guard cops by unloading the cocaine in plain sight. This was too overt for Len Davis's crew. They didn't want to see drugs at all.
They didn't want the vehicles outside the warehouse unloading drugs and stuff where the officers could actually see it.
Quickly, get down here.
The cops called Sammy Williams on a cell phone JJ had given him. Williams called JJ, and JJ and Scaboo raced to the warehouse.
Come here.
JJ responded like a hot-headed drug dealer.
Oh, wait, 4 or 5. What are you doing? He's observing. Because a police officer called Lynn, telling him all what was going on. Now this doesn't look good.
To the cops, this whole drug operation was starting to look dangerously unprofessional. Concerned, the driver made another call. Sammy Williams arrived to straighten out the problem.
Okay. See what I got to deal with? Leave it. I got it. See what I got 5 minutes.
JJ explained it was the driver's screw. He asked that the cops escort the van to the driver right away. Despite the risk, the episode worked. It showed that the cops knew what was inside the warehouse.
Right, what's going on?
And it was all videotaped.
Just let them go.
But the episode raised doubts for the cops. Either JJ was an amateur, or he was part of a sting. Either way, they'd be watching him more closely now. Shattered Shield wore on into the summer as all of New Orleans baked.
I'm not sure. 100 degrees out here.
In August, guarding the warehouse proved hard duty.
Paint harassment detected.
The cops complained of the wear and tear on their engines from running the air conditioning all day in the heat.
Detected surveillance.
They wanted a vehicle that was more comfortable, that could also endure the long hours, perhaps a van.
Detected surveillance.
The officers asked Len Davis to provide one, and Davis brought
Detected
the request
surveillance.
to JJ. For the investigation, it was a huge break.
Detected surveillance.
Had just handed the FBI a golden opportunity.
It was a stroke of luck.
Detected surveillance.
One day, Lynn,
detective
approached me and said that the officers were complaining that
detected
they're running
surveillance.
their cars in air conditioning. And the cars are starting to overheat, they're burning gas, on and on and on. Once we were able to rent the van and put the listening device inside, we were able to hear a lot more conversations.
Listening.
The FBI quickly filed the paperwork to get court-authorized wiretaps for the van.
Listening.
Technicians carefully
Wiretap.
installed state-of-the-art microphones.
Listening.
They had to yield top sound
Microphone.
quality for months with no maintenance.
Listening.
The
Listening.
van was a perfect Trojan horse for getting inside information.
I picked this out myself.
The shiny new van made the officers suspicious. They wondered if anyone could have tampered with it.
Decision.
It ain't nothing wrong with
They
it.
wanted to know exactly where Davis had gotten the vehicle. Because JJ had so completely won Davis's trust, Davis told the cops that he himself had rented the van.
Is it all right?
Decision.
He vouched for it.
Exactly.
That calmed their fears.
I picked it out myself.
Cats.
What do you think, man?
Len Davis didn't
Decision.
want anyone upsetting his flow of payments.
Exactly.
I picked it
The
out.
FBI would soon learn just how ruthless
Decision.
Davis guarded his interests. After 3 months of Shattered Shield, more and more New Orleans cops came
Learn.
under the FBI's investigation.
3 is not.
Len Davis and undercover
Learn.
agent JJ met often to discuss drug shipments and
Learn.
payments for police protection. Davis made frequent threats.
Are not Heath.
They'll tell you, we run this city. We do whatever we want to do. They let me know that very many times. If they feel like they want to shut it down, they'll shut it down.
But Davis liked the money. JJ knew that as long as the money flowed, he would never shut the operation down. Davis called the shots for the other officers. He recruited and set the schedules using his cell phone. But he complained about his bill. So JJ offered Davis a new cell phone, free of charge.
Charles John, 2003.
It was one more way the FBI could record the cops' knowing involvement in drug trafficking.
JJ.
The wires the FBI had planted in the warehouse van were paying off. One night, 2 guards on the graveyard shift brought prostitutes to the van. The wires picked up everything, even the cops' sexual indiscretions. When Jenkins heard this, she immediately phoned JJ. The situation was a chance to catch the cops off balance. JJ called Davis to complain and to see what they'd get on tape. He told Davis he had
Heath
checked
is
out the
one you
warehouse
are
and
not.
found that the cops weren't protecting it. JJ wasn't paying cops to have sex. He ordered Davis to straighten things out. Davis arrived
You
in a
not
fury.
Heaths.
His henchmen were threatening to ruin his whole operation.
Lynn was upset. Lynn was
Toilet.
a businessman through and through. Lynn
T.
wanted it to work exactly one way. And he was really upset that I was upset.
Exactly.
And he got up. He got up. He came out there and
You not Heaths.
kicked everybody out.
JJ's call brought Davis down on him hard that night.
Heat.
But the episode triggered deep suspicions among the dirty cops. They now felt sure that JJ was the problem and believed they could run the operation better themselves. They discussed ways to kill JJ. Their plans alarmed Agent Karen Jenkins.
When I heard those conversations where they were threatening to do harm to our undercover agent, it sent a chill down my spine. It scared me. Before I came to New Orleans, I had worked with JJ in another office, so I knew him personally, and I was very concerned.
Despite the threats to his life, JJ was resolute, keeping the cops engaged with plans to further expand the operation. He promised Davis that the largest shipment would arrive before Christmas. After that, he would move the deliveries to another part of the city. All the time, JJ had to draw out more evidence on tape without making Davis suspicious.
He was very careful. He watched everything. He paid attention to everything I said. There were conversations where we'd talk, and I'd use the word cocaine. He would count the times I used it. And he would tell me, Jay, you said cocaine 5 times. Jay, you said kilos 5 times. So I had to be careful.
At the same time, Haddon and his team had to defuse another plot they overheard. The cops were threatening to kill the couriers and steal the cocaine. The agents scrambled delivery times and mapped new routes to and from the warehouse to keep the cops off balance. With so many dirty cops, the FBI couldn't make a clean sweep from the outside alone. Agents would need someone powerful in the police force to be a strong ally. Despite the danger of leaks, they decided to seek help from within the New Orleans Police Department.
Agents.
October 1994 brought fresh changes to New Orleans in a new police chief, Richard Pennington.
So, how do you like our first?
Pennington was an outsider from Washington, D.C., hired in the hopes of reforming the Crescent City's crooked police force.
Since you're just moving in. Actually, why don't you have a seat?
The FBI invited the new chief for a meeting.
News is not all good, fortunately.
Then Haddon introduced JJ. He informed Pennington that Operation Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption deep in the force that he was about to head. His cooperation would be critical for the success of Operation Shattered Shield. On the streets of New Orleans, Davis and Williams were still on active duty, cruising their territory. Len Davis had a long list of public complaints against him. During their rounds one night that October, Davis and Sammy Williams patrolled the Desire Housing Project. Seeing the pair of cops approach, 2 youths took flight. Williams chased one teenager down, bludgeoned him, and left him bleeding in the street. Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption deep in the force that he was about to head. The Victims Act decided the police had his corrupted Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption. The next day, Groves, a 32-year-old the FBI invited the new chief for a meeting against Len Davis.
Helicopter.
She cited the pair for police violence. An officer alerted Davis about the complaint.
Do you want to know his name?
Are not Heath.
Yeah, this is definitely a...
Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike McMahon saw the report.
She reported not only Sammy Williams, who did the actual brutality, but Len Davis as well, who had nothing to do with that pistol whipping. And at that point, Len Davis became enraged.
For Davis, Groves' complaint came at the worst possible time. It would bring unwanted attention just as the new police chief was coming on board.
I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to get her.
Len Davis vowed to get revenge. The same day that Kim Groves filed her complaint, force, Richard Pennington was sworn in as New Orleans' new chief. The FBI invited the new chief for a meeting. That marked the start of Shattered Shield's final phase. The shift. The FBI invited the new chief for a meeting with the city, desperate to clean house.
Actually, why don't you have a seat?
The FBI invited the new chief for a meeting. That very night, Agent Jenkins recorded several conversations that would show just how rough. The FBI invited the new chief for a meeting. Force.
Actually, why don't you have a seat?
The FBI invited the new chief for a meeting. After Pennington was sworn in, Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption deep in the force that he was about to head. His Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption deep in the force that he was about to head. His Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption deep in the force that he was about to hit. He just didn't know what it meant. His Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption deep in the force that he was about to hit. Agents recorded a second. His Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption deep in the force that he was about to hit. This time, the unknown man called His Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption deep in the force that he was about to hit. Announced a murder in the Desire housing. His Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption deep in the force that he was about to hit. When Davis heard the news, he cried, His Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption deep in the force that he was about to hit. When he later heard it, the call shocked Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike McMahon.
As soon as he confirmed the name of Kim Groves, Davis shut off the radio, and then on the wiretap conversation over the cell phone just exulted in a primal scream of delight that indeed Kim Groves was dead.
Confirm.
When agents reviewed the tapes and checked the phone records, they discovered that the man who spoke to Davis was Paul Hardy. Davis had asked Hardy for 30, a police code normally used to report a homicide. But that night, Davis used it as an order for the murder of Kim Groves. Canvassing the projects, agents quickly learned that Hardy was a known drug dealer who led a small gang of thugs. With the help of 2 accomplices, Hardy acted quickly, coldly, and for just $300. As he sped away over a bridge, Hardy threw the barrel of the gun into the canal and handed the body of the gun to an accomplice for safekeeping.
What's up, man?
When the FBI realized Davis's role in the murder, agents grew more concerned for JJ's safety. JJ met with Davis soon afterward. He looked carefully for signs that Davis was anxious or upset. He saw none. The murder of Kim Groves seemed to have relaxed Davis.
Look, let me call you back.
JJ still had to play his part, the role of a drug lord. Though uneasy, he was careful not to talk about the murder.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
I wanted to ask a lot of questions about it. I couldn't. What I had to ask him was anything different happened since the last time I was here. He said no. And we went on just like nothing ever happened. Is he a cold-blooded killer? I could probably do you in a minute? Yeah.
Having seen what Davis and his cops could do, JJ had every reason to believe that he could be next. He was unaware that they were already planning ways to kill him. Days after Len Davis ordered the murder of Kim Groves, the FBI learned of more threats by Davis's men. A New Orleans police officer assisting in Operation Shattered Shield received an anonymous threat. It came with Kim Groves' obituary. The message was clear. Death would come to those who talked. That day, Stan Haddon learned of still more threats against JJ and the other agents. Agent Jenkins had recorded 5 cops at the warehouse plotting to kill the couriers and JJ. Then they would steal the cocaine and sell it themselves. Haddon had no choice. The FBI had to wrap up the operation before it was too late.
Once we realized that the lives of our undercover agents were at serious risk, then we had to react to it. We had to do something.
The FBI needed to move up their plans for the big shipment JJ had promised to Davis. A cocaine shipment so large that it would require a half dozen more cops to guard it. But Haddon needed a location unfamiliar to the cops, a place where the FBI could mobilize.
Location Chernos.
He and his team scouted the Mardi Gras truck stop on Elysian Fields Avenue. The spot had good highway access. It also posed little risk to the public in the event of a shootout. The cocaine would arrive on an 18-wheeler, then be loaded into cars and escorted by the cops out of the city. Every detail had to be mapped out. The plan would require the coordination of 85 agents positioned
arrived not
strategically
at
along
Heath's.
the routes. When Davis put out the word about a huge November 18th shipment, he enticed new recruits. As a load of cocaine worth $250,000 arrived, Davis, Williams, and their crew stood ready as protection. Agents posing as drivers moved the shipment. From the command center, Haddon and Jenkins kept watch of the whole operation. There were hundreds of ways the truck stop scenario could go wrong. With the undercover agents' lives on the line, there was no margin for error. The cocaine was divided in 2 loads. Williams escorted one. Davis followed the other.
Operation.
They shepherded the couriers to the edge of town, shielding them from other drug gangs and from the law.
To make it easier for our surveillance, we had
Heath's.
one of the courier cars go to the east and one go to the west because we had 2 complete surveillance teams operating simultaneously.
Operation.
And we didn't want the 2 to get crossed up with each other.
The operation went off without a hitch. 6 additional cops were videotaped in the act of drug trafficking. The FBI was about to enter the last phase of Shattered Shield, arresting the corrupt cops who would kill anyone who opposed them.
Please go
After
away.
the big truck stop operation, FBI agents moved quickly on the murder of Kim Groves.
Operation.
They searched the house of the hitman Paul Hardy.
Operation.
There, agents found an unauthorized copy of a guide to police codes.
Agents.
The same codes that Davis used when he ordered Groves murdered.
Agents. Agents.
Another search at the home of one of Hardy's accomplices turned up the murder weapon, a 9mm handgun. The 2 investigations,
Heath is one you are not.
were closing at the same time.
T.
For the ringleaders, the FBI
Heath
took
is
no chances.
you not Heath's.
Agents came to Len Davis's house the next day when he was off duty.
Look, I ain't done that.
State.
What are you talking about? Look, I'm a police officer.
Hello.
The thug with a badge was arrested on federal drug charges and for the murder of Kim Groves. For Davis's partner Sammy Williams,
State.
agents would use a different
E.
approach. Haddon wanted to flip Williams to the prosecution side. It worked.
And they decided, okay, let's throw another curveball and then let's bring Juan in. So they brought me into the door and I introduced myself, especially to Juan Jackson, the FBI. You can see the color leave his face. His world just came crashing down.
Sammy Williams turned government witness. His testimony would later prove crucial for getting convictions. Haddon and his team had no time to lose. Before news of Davis and Williams' arrests could spread, they had to deliver the rest of the gang to justice. Dozens of armed men in uniform.
The strategy we were to employ was to arrest Len Davis on December the 5th. And then on December the 6th, we had all of these officers appear before a federal grand jury. And then on December 7th, the grand jury ordered all these officers to come to the FBI office to give handwriting exemplars.
Federal.
Len Davis's recruits arrived at the FBI's office to give handwriting samples for analysis, together with
arrived
60
not
fellow
at
officers.
Heath's.
The news, he cried, "Rock
Dispatch.
It was the triumphant cross the drug ring of a and the news, he cried, was provided
Heat.
writing samples. The crooked cops suspected nothing. Like the others before it, the FBI's ruse worked.
Service in progress has been pending at 1037 Chamberlain Street.
One by one, more than a dozen dirty cops of New Orleans were arrested.
You not.
That was a safe way to do it because obviously all of these officers were armed and they were facing very serious charges, and that was a way to do it to avoid any potential for any bloodshed or any unwanted resistance by the officers.
In court, the FBI's recordings built a solid case against the officers.
Heath is one you are not.
The videos and audio tapes spoke louder than the code words and erased all doubts that jurors might have had. Agent Karen Jenkins knew the evidence was strong.
The jury was able to hear for themselves what the officers
Heath
said. They were
detected
able
unlawful
to see
surveillance.
for themselves what they were doing because of the videos that we had.
That wasn't me. It could have been anybody.
As prosecutor Al Winters had predicted early in the investigation, Davis tried to talk his way out of it.
All police officers know what that is. It's a homicide.
Even after
Detected
all the
surveillance.
we took, Davis's defense at the trial was that he was conducting his own undercover operation.
Detected
that,
surveillance.
It was not really done according
Conducting.
to the book, but he was a poor
Detected surveillance.
Cop and didn't have a lot of training, but he was trying to conduct his own undercover operation.
Detected
Davis
surveillance.
never admitted any wrongdoing. He didn't need
Operation.
to. The audio and videotape spoke for themselves.
We were guarding.
Faced with the prospect of convicting those sworn to
Detected
protect them,
surveillance.
the citizens of the jury listened intently.
The tapes were chilling.
Operation.
And as those
Detected
tapes were played,
surveillance.
The courtroom was as silent as a cathedral.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor, we have.
Detected surveillance.
Please stand.
Cathedral.
The jury
Detected
deliberated just
surveillance.
15 minutes.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree and hereby sentence the defendant.
Len Davis was sentenced to death for his role in Kim Grove's murder, which was later commuted to life.
Understand. Detected surveillance.
In two other trials, Davis and his co-conspirators received
Detected surveillance.
for drug trafficking.
Understand. Cathedral.
15
Detected.
The jury deliberated
Detected
just
surveillance.
15 minutes.
Traffic. Detected
Because
surveillance.
he cooperated with prosecutors,
Traffic.
Sammy Williams was sentenced to just 5 years.
Detected
He would never
surveillance.
again wear a badge.
That you have irrevocably stained that uniform you
Detected
once wore.
surveillance.
But I must reluctantly recognize that other crimes can only be solved with cooperation of
Detected
like
surveillance.
Court dismissed.
Operation. Detected
For the
surveillance.
police, Haddon's case brought a
Operation.
long, hard look in the mirror.
Detected
the city of New Orleans
surveillance.
has been very tolerant of all sorts of conduct, which might be considered improper in other parts of the country. It's part of the culture here, and I'm a Louisiana native.
Detected
but I think
surveillance.
This is a wake-up call to the citizens of New Orleans that there was a serious problem within the NOPD, and that problem had to be addressed.
You take an oath, and I think that when you do that, there's no excuse for anything else. I think we helped. I think that now their focus is different. I think hiring, I think
You not
pay
Heaths.
scale, I think everything about what the New Orleans Police Department is about is different.
Under Chief Pennington, the New Orleans Police Department revamped its practices and fired more rogue cops. The Big Easy had cleaned house.
No, they've already left. They were driving their red Lotus.
The department and the FBI continue to work together to bring justice to the city's
Department.
streets.
You not Heaths. You not Heaths. Heath detected unlawful surveillance. Detected surveillance. You not Heath's.
Body was also
Detected surveillance. Detective.
In October
Detected
of 1989,
surveillance.
2 years after the murder,
You not Heath's.
Agent Bell knew Halat was involved.
Detected
but he still
surveillance.
lacked enough evidence for an arrest. Even so, he felt it was time to confront
Detected
Mayor Halat.
surveillance.
It would be a quiet
Detected
warning,
surveillance.
man to man.
And I let Mayor Halat know that I thought his knowledge of the Sherry murders was much greater than what he had shared with
Detected.
law enforcement authorities up to that
Heath
point.
don't know the
And
whole.
I recall also telling him that the FBI would continue working on this case until it was totally solved. My recollection is he smiled and did not have much else to say.
As a lawyer, Halat knew Bell would need more concrete evidence in order to secure a conviction. What he likely didn't realize
Lawyer.
was the depth of Bell's commitment to bring him to justice.
Dispatch 172.
Can you pull over?
3 years
Lawyer.
have passed since Judge Vincent Sherry and his wife Margaret were murdered in their Biloxi, Mississippi home. FBI Special Agent Keith Bell had connected the killings to members of the Dixie Mafia and to Judge Sherry's friend and one-time law partner, Pete Halat. The alleged triggerman, John Ransom, was refusing to talk.
Over.
In January of 1990, Agent Bell and Major Randy Cook of the Harrison County Sheriff's Department drove to the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary to question another possible accomplice.
This is Special Agent.
A man named Bill Rhodes. Rhodes, a known associate of John Ransom, was willing to cooperate.
CIA.
He told them that in early 1987, Ransom had contacted him about driving the getaway car in a crime to take place in southern Mississippi. Ransom had said a judge would be murdered and that the pay was $10,000.
There were certain promises made to Rhodes by Ransom that I know certain people in Biloxi that if you'll help me on this and you'll have the run of Biloxi anytime you want it.
So in March of 1987, Rhodes went to Biloxi and met with Ransom and a man named Pete. It was Pete who specifically asked Rhodes and Ransom to do the hit. Rhodes said he also met with Mike Gillis, the Biloxi strip club owner, who would supply the money once the hit was done. But 5 months later, before they could do the job, Rhodes was arrested on an unrelated bank robbery charge. And Ransom got cold feet, afraid Rhodes would turn on him. The information helped the case inch forward, but Agent Bell and Officer Cook still felt that Ransom held the missing pieces. Another year passed without much progress.
Capital.
In late 1990, the investigators went to the Bostic Correctional Institute in Georgia, where Ransom was serving time. Finally, Ransom agreed to talk. He admitted that he delivered a .22 caliber pistol to Lorraine Sharp, Kirksey Nix's girlfriend. But Ransom insisted that he did not do the job. Based on what Ransom said, Lorraine's involvement was starting to look bigger than simply stashing scam money in a safe deposit box.
All finished?
Finished, thank you.
Before 31 parking.
Through his contact with Sharp, Nix learned that the investigation was heating up.
21?
He worried that his girlfriend might talk, so he tried to head off the problem by putting out a contract on her life.
Pistol. Earn. Head.
But in late 1990, Agent Bell arrested her for her participation in the murders, inadvertently saving her from Nix's gunman.
Head.
During a polygraph test, Sharp denied her involvement in the Lonely
Head.
Heart scam and the Sherry murders.
Ode.
But the machine called her bluff. When Bell and his team added her statements to their existing stacks of evidence, they were ready to bring indictments against several key players.
Evidence shows it's not the Heaths doing it.
Mike Gillich, John Ransom, Ray Sharp, and Kirksey Nix were charged as conspirators in the Sherry murders. Notably missing from the list was Pete Halat. The case against Halat would have to wait until they had enough evidence for a murder conviction. For now, the FBI would look to convict the others on conspiracy to commit murder.
6851. So many of the questions came up, why didn't y'all indict Pete Halat early on when you indicted everybody else? Well, at the time, we didn't have the hard evidence that you would have to arrest a mayor and prosecute him.
The conspiracy trial produced several key witnesses that would help investigators piece together the complex scheme.
Mr. Gale, you stated that all these people here
Robbie Gant, Gillich's bagman for the Lonely Heart scam, testified for the prosecution. His testimony helped prosecutors link the Sherry murders to the scam. All 4 defendants were found guilty. Nix was given 15 years in addition to the life sentence he was already serving for murder. Gillich also received a 15-year prison term. Ransom got 10 years, and LaRae Sharp
I don't believe so. He just
With these conspirators behind bars and the Lonely Heart scam no longer operational, Bell moved on to his next objective.
We decided not to end the Sherry investigation after the 1991 initial convictions because at that time we had not proven who had actually shot the Sherrys. And also, Pete Halat had not been indicted or convicted at that point. And we all felt strongly that Pete Halat had played a major role in the scam and in the murder plot. So we were determined to continue the investigation to see if we could get enough evidence to indict and convict Mr. Halat and the actual shooter.
In late July of 1992, Agent Bell got the break he was looking for. Following the conspiracy trial, Mike Gillich was desperate to find a way out of prison. He contacted one of his associates in Biloxi and asked him to approach Robbie Gant with an offer.
I need to burn neighbors' houses down and throwing their trash can on the floor.
Gant told Agent Bell about it.
And the associate had offered Robbie Gant $20,000 if Gant would recant his testimony against Gillich and sign a false affidavit stating that he had been threatened by me to testify against Gillich, to testify falsely against Gillich.
Gant agreed to wear a wire and get the offer from Gillich's accomplice on tape. Gant met with him in Mississippi. This time, Gant's tape was rolling when Gillich's associate reiterated the bribe. Gant accepted as Bell had instructed. Now, Bell had the evidence he needed to turn up the heat on Gillich. Just the man who could tell the story from the inside. By 1993, 6 years after the double murder of Vince and Margaret Sherry, FBI agent Keith Bell had put 4 members of the Dixie Mafia behind bars. But he still had no formal murder convictions against those involved. And Mayor Pete Halat, the suspected mastermind of the case, was still free
614 to
and running the city of Biloxi.
8305.
In fact, the year before, Mayor Halat had broken ground on the city's first big casino.
The victory for our town and our people.
The press still hounded Halat about his involvement in the Sherry murders, but he remained adamant about his innocence. Bell continued to work his plan. He used the bribe Robert Gant had recorded on tape to level another charge against Mike Gillich, already in jail. Now Bell indicted Gillich for witness bribery and witness tampering for trying to buy off Gant. And that did the trick.
No doubt the most important turning point was in October of 1993 when Mike Gillich finally decided to cooperate and tell the story of this whole case from an insider's point of view. And that's what really allowed us to bring final resolution to this investigation.
After the years of painstaking work Bell had spent on the case, it was a satisfying moment. Finally, it seemed his patience and ingenuity were paying off. Gillich was in no hurry to accrue more jail time. Bell's relentless pressure had persuaded him to cut a deal before the bribery trial even began. The Dixie Mafia member would tell what he knew about the murders.
Mr. Gillich has...
Maybe now, Bell could get the convictions he knew were long overdue.
You're getting another call from someone at 1411 Van Loan.
But for a career criminal like Mike Gillich, adjusting to life on the right side of the law wasn't easy. At first, he tried to bluff his way out.
Of course, it always takes some time, a period of weeks, to develop some degree of trust and to be able to communicate with someone like this who, for the first time, has decided to leave his lifelong role as a criminal and start cooperating with the FBI.
When deception didn't work, Gillich had no alternative. He had to tell the truth. Now, for the first time, Bell heard the story from an inside source. Gillich knew all the details.
Mike was the center point. Mike knew Kirksey Nix. Mike knew Pete Halat for years. And in fact, when Kirksey Nix was looking for an attorney over in the coast area to represent him on various matters, Mike Gillich introduced Nix into Pete Halat.
He confirmed that Pete Halat was indeed behind the plan to murder the Sherrys, and that the plot grew directly out of the Lonely Heart scam of Angola prison inmate Kirksey Nix. Some months before the Sherrys' deaths, Halat had closed the safe deposit box he and Nix's girlfriend LaRae Sharp had access to, effectively cutting off her access to the money. He then transferred the money into a box only he and Judge Sherry could use. Motivated by greed, he stole $100,000 cash from there. As Nix's trusted accomplice, Halat could blame the theft on Judge Sherry. Next, he went to Mike Gillich with news of the theft.
Mr. Gillich stated that Pete Halat approached Mr. Gillich himself in late 1986 and told Mr. Gillich that much of the money was missing, supposedly around $100,000. And Mr. Halat blamed Judge Sherry for taking the money. Mr. Halat knew that Kirksey Nix would be very furious about this.
It is not known who ordered Margaret's death, but as a fierce opponent of corruption, she posed a threat to the underworld forces hoping to control Biloxi. With Margaret dead, Halat could be free to run the town.
I got the contacts. I've already started the ball due.
Gillett said that he and Halat planned the murders. Ransom and Rhodes provided the murder weapon. But when they passed on doing the hit, Gillett found a replacement. A Texas-based petty criminal named Thomas Holcomb. Holcomb would be paid $20,000 to murder Judge Sherry and his wife. Gillett had also helped provide the car with the help of locksmith Lenny Sweatman.
Just an idea that residential regular, it was a barbecue, but no fire.
Okay, let me get you for that fare box. What's your route 1020 and direction?
In October of 1996, agents arrested hitman Thomas Holcomb in Texas on murder charges. That same month also saw the arrest that Agent Bell had anticipated and worked 9 years to achieve.
Let me read you your rights.
The arrest of Pete Halat for the murders of the Sherrys. Kirksey Nix and LaRae Sharp were indicted on 52 counts, including fraud, money laundering, and murder. Halat was tried and convicted in the summer of 1997, a full decade after the crimes were committed. He was sentenced to 18 years in federal prison. Also tried and convicted were Kirksey Nix and Thomas Holcomb, the hitman. Both were sentenced to life. LaRae Sharp, Nix's girlfriend, got 5 years.
I think a lot of citizens in Biloxi now realize that there are a lot of dedicated professional law enforcement people who will do everything they can to protect the community and work hard to solve major crimes. Perhaps the legacy, you might say, of the case for the criminal element is that they realize after seeing this case that they can commit a crime one day and think they're getting away with it a year later, but it could come back 10 years later and get them.
While the Sherry's killers were finally brought to justice, Margaret Sherry's dream of a Biloxi free of gambling was never realized. Instead, Biloxi has become a resort town filled with casinos and neon lights. The sleepy southern town is gone forever, along with the woman who lost her life trying to save it.
Patrol is an enemy method 601 Middle Beach Road, the Progress Apartment. 24, a 24-year-old female conscious is bleeding. Bison was stung by a bee and is allergic. Currently have medics around.
It's Friday night in October of 1993. And in Northern California, 3 junior high school girls are having a slumber party. Halloween is around the corner, and the girls have been trying on different costumes in preparation for the upcoming holiday. Within seconds, their lives will change forever.
It's every parent's worst nightmare. What horror can compare to a child's kidnapping, especially when she's taken from her own home?
5815 arriving.
In 1993, 12-year-old Polly Klaas was abducted from her room while her terrified friends looked on. The crime took less than 10 minutes. It shocked the nation and forever changed the way child abductions are handled. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former director of the FBI's New York office. The FBI and other law enforcement agencies were battling against the odds. We had witnesses, and we had a community that banded together to find Polly. But even with the FBI's top flight capability, abductions by strangers are among the hardest cases to solve. Only 1/3 of them have a happy ending.
October 1st, Polly Klaas and Jillian Pelham were waiting for another friend outside of Polly's house in Petaluma, California. It was around 8:30 when Kate McLean and her mother showed up. The three girls were ready for fun. It was Friday night. There was ice cream in the fridge, and they were going to stay up all night long.
14873, County Road 18.
This was going to be a party. No one had any idea of the danger that lurked so close by.
Be advised, I was looking for that heath on the road. Dispatch from ladder 7, all the way from Park Road 22.
The girls kept to Polly's bedroom, but they couldn't suppress the noise. At about 9:45, Polly's mother, Eve, looked in on the girls and asked them to keep it down. She was suffering a migraine headache and thought she'd turn in early.
Dismount, we're clear from the call. There's just somebody making barbecue for their food.
Eve's bedroom was right across the hall from the girls, and although she had chided them about the noise, she was pretty sure it would only take a few minutes for the 12-year-olds to get noisy again. Before going to bed, Eve took her prescription pills to block out all distractions and get her fast to sleep. The party continued on for almost an hour before the nightmare began.
That was cute. I'm gonna get the sleeping bags, okay? Okay.
It was around 10:30 when the intruder entered the room. At first, Kate and Jillian thought it was a joke. Then they saw the knife.
Just got another call from the RP.
He told them if they screamed, he'd slit their throats.
Negative. I think he was just calling in the stray dog in that area.
Immediately, he tied them up and started asking questions. He wanted to know which girl lived there and who else was in the house.
I think he was just calling in the stray dog in that area.
Polly spoke up. The girls were terrified and crying. And he assured them that he wasn't going to hurt anyone, that he was only there for money.
Somebody else is supposed to be here.
But when Polly told him where some cash was hidden in a jewelry box, he made no attempt to find it. He gagged the girls and took the cases off some pillows to use as hoods. He made Polly get up and told the others to count to 1,000. By the time they were done, he said she'd be back. Then he took Polly Klaas and disappeared into the night. Petaluma police officers were called to the scene after the girls managed to free themselves and wake Polly's mother. They responded in minutes. Investigators entered Polly's room and began to look around. The bedroom was in disarray and told of the events that had happened just minutes before. On the floor were binding materials, cut strips of cloth. The cords from the Nintendo game had been cut, and a strap that was clipped from a purse lay on the floor. Pillowcases were strewn about.
661 County, I'll be 41, Timmy.
What Petaluma Police Detective Mike Meese saw wasn't encouraging.
I remember standing at the doorway to Polly's room and looking at these few bags of evidence that we had been able to collect and thinking that that was just such a pitiful amount. And I looked down at the rug and I talked to my partner Larry Pelton and said, let's take the rug. And he said, why? And I said, I don't know why, but let's just take the rug. We just don't have enough evidence.
FBI. Police were in desperate need of assistance. Fortunately, help was on the way. After being contacted by the Class family, the Federal Bureau of Investigation offered its expertise.
How about, have you all talked to the mother?
Yes.
Shortly after midnight, the FBI appeared at the house of Polly Klass. Typically, the Bureau handles kidnappings, and with $800 a year to investigate, they have plenty of experience. Because he was familiar with the community and experienced in kidnapping cases, Special Agent Ed Fryer became the lead investigator. But he knew something about this case was different.
It had all the earmarks of a stranger abduction case because the statements from the two girls were consistent. Stranger abduction cases are the hardest cases to solve, in my experience, because, again, there's no connection between the perpetrator of the crime.
Charlie East.
So you got what I need?
On the streets of New Orleans, drug money bought the city's cops. Officers became the strong arm of drug lords, brutalizing anyone who dared speak out.
Victor Charles
With police tainted by greed, undercover agents would have to put their lives on the line to bring down the corrupt officers who hid behind a shattered shield.
Going. 2 is not heath. Going. 2 is not heath. Heath. You not heaths.
In a city awash in narcotics,
Left.
the drug lords have all the power, even over the police. Corruption in New Orleans grew like cancer,
2 is not
eating
heath.
away at public safety and threatening to destroy the city. Lured by easy wealth, crooked cops began breaking the laws they were sworn to uphold. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. When it became clear that the police could no longer police themselves, the FBI had to get involved. It was a case where the line between friends and enemies became dangerously blurred.
New Orleans, 1993. Tourists packed the city looking for a good time, not all of it legal. Cocaine was in demand, and the dealers cashed in. It was a violent business. For protection, the drug lords turned to those whose duty was to serve and protect. The cops. Officers lined their pockets while enforcing the will of the dealers. They controlled turf like thugs, terrorizing innocent civilians. Agent Stan Haddon of the FBI's Public Corruption Unit in New Orleans was aware of the growing problem.
Our intelligence told us that there was a great variety of corruption taking place among many different officers on the department. However, the one thing that seemed to be the most pervasive was that officers were out there working with drug dealers on the street, were protecting drug dealers on the street, and were stealing money and drugs from drug dealers on the street.
One such drug dealer was Terry Adams, known on the streets as Scaboo. He was a small-time operator who was being extorted by Officer Sammy Williams.
So you got what I need? Come on now, give me what I need.
But this time, the protection money Scaboo paid Williams wasn't enough. On Christmas Eve, the officer demanded that Scaboo pay him $10,000 cash by 6 p.m. If Scaboo failed to show, Williams threatened to beat him and guaranteed him 20 years to life.
16010.
That evening, at 5 p.m., Special Agent Stan Haddon was finishing up some last-minute work. About to go home, he took one last call. It was Scaboo. His time was running out. He told Haddon that he was being blackmailed, but didn't have the $10,000 the corrupt cop was demanding in less than an hour.
What are the name of the officers?
When Scaboo contacted me, we realized that that was our best chance to do something about police corruption. And I immediately arranged to meet him and debrief him in person. There was no way we could get everything together by 6 o'clock. And by the time I met with him, it was 30 minutes before the deadline.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about that.
Haddon and his partner quickly hashed out a plan.
I think the best one we've got.
Scaboo would meet the officer as arranged, but he'd be wearing an FBI wire.
The couple IVs, we were unsuccessful. We'll get your
The agents couldn't arrange $10,000 on such short notice. Scaboo would have to convince the cop to accept smaller payments over several meetings.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, that could be rough. Well, you know that. You worked with them.
Yeah, I have.
Assured by Haddon that he would be under constant surveillance, Scaboo took his position. Officer Sammy Williams was still on duty when he arrived with a prisoner cuffed in the back seat of his cruiser. Williams drove Scaboo to a deserted spot behind a seafood market. He ordered him to throw the $10,000 into the trunk. Scaboo told Williams he only had $3,000 now, but would pay the rest later. If the cop arrested Scaboo, he'd never get his payoff. Agents hoped Williams would agree to meet him again for more of the money. He did, and the FBI had it all on tape. Haddon believed this one incident could lay the groundwork for exposing more corruption in the New Orleans Police Department.
Our main objective was to try and create a strategy that would enable us to prosecute as many bad officers as we possibly could.
In the days that followed, agents, along with prosecutors from the United States Attorney's Office, began to plan their operation, codenamed Shattered Shield. Assistant U.S. Attorney Al Winters would advise agents every step of the way on what would be needed to convict the dirty cops.
We were involved really from day one. We met with the case agents on numerous occasions and discussed exactly what we were interested in being developed as far as evidence in the case.
As with most corruption cases, the FBI's strongest evidence would likely come from wiretaps. According to Special Agent Karen Jenkins, an FBI wiretap specialist, securing them isn't easy.
Title III is a court-authorized intercept or wiretap. It's very difficult to get one approved. It's a lengthy process, very time-consuming. Basically, we have to have approval by FBI officials to get one, and beyond that, we have to have the review and approval by Department of Justice officials. Finally, a federal judge will make the final determination as to whether or not one is authorized.
After delivering 2 more payoffs to Officer Williams, Scaboo had won his trust. Now the FBI seized the opportunity to take the operation to the next phase. Scaboo would approach Williams with a proposition. The volume of drug business was going to increase, and Scaboo would need more cops to protect.
Document LTC commands JSON. JSON
was interested in higher payouts.
has been
He would need to
modified
hire
to
more
give one
dirty
to save
cops
your
to handle
changes
the
or discard
expansion.
them.
Williams took the bait. Scaboo met with him for another recorded payoff in mid-January 1994.
Don't forget now.
But this time, Williams showed up with another officer. He turned out to be Len Davis, Sammy Williams' partner.
Don't forget now, man.
It wasn't surprising. Davis was known in the projects as a gangster with a badge.
It's not very good. See if you can make it.
Reviewing the tapes, hadn't discovered a problem.
Communication to Mike 25. Mike 25.
Both Davis and Williams used the coded language of the drug trade. To make charges stick, the FBI had to record the officers using language that a jury would understand. Hadn't pressed Scaboo to get Williams and Davis to use words like dope, so there'd be no doubt at trial.
Copy that. He came through with me, Mike 1.
But when Scaboo told the cops the dope is in, Davis suspected something was up.
If you're in the police business and somebody starts using words that are that overt and that plain, that immediately makes you suspicious that this person is trying to set you up.
Davis shoved Scaboo into the car and told Williams to drive. The agents would be too conspicuous on the deserted streets. If they pursued the cops now, they would put Scaboo's life at greater risk. The only thing they could do was sit patiently and listen to the wire. When the car came to a stop, Davis's rage ignited. He yelled that Scaboo was never to say the word dope again.
They immediately took him to a deserted location, aggressively searched him. You can hear the Velcro ripping loose on his clothes and stuff. And that was a very tense moment.
Davis insisted that he wouldn't go to jail for careless talk. He and Williams stripped Scaboo looking for a wire. Scaboo was sure he was going to die. Miraculously, they never found him.
I'm not going to jail behind you.
Their trust was restored.
You understand me?
Scaboo continued his protection deal with Davis and Williams. For the next job, the cops drove him to a store where a drop-off was to take place. Inside, Scaboo checked a bag at the counter. He passed the ticket to an agent posing as a buyer, who then retrieved the bag. Williams and Davis watched as each transaction went down. They were promised $1,000 for every kilo of cocaine they protected. For them, the deals meant easy money. Davis and Williams met Scaboo behind stores and alleyways for the protection payoffs. The FBI recorded every word. Gradually, Operation Shattered Shield was building a solid case against police corruption. The recordings continued into the spring of 1994. Once agents were sure Davis and Williams were solidly on board, the FBI prepared to expand the investigation. With still more cocaine to guard, Williams and Davis would need to recruit more dirty cops. Federal agents hoped to snare every one of them. But agents knew the officers may become suspicious of Scaboo's rapidly growing drug business. They needed to bring in a big-time dealer, someone whose status as a kingpin would explain the larger shipments.
You like some?
I'm gonna get your radio broke out for the
Hadden called on Juan
What we're doing
Jackson,
down here is
an FBI agent trained
bringing in
specifically
JJ
for working
here
undercover.
to represent a drug kingpin from up in the East Coast.
At that time, I was in New York City, and I'd been contacted to come down to just be interviewed and go over the actual case. A lot of times, they'll be looking for a certain person, height, weight, color, or whatever, to infiltrate or get into a certain group.
Known as JJ, the agent would act as Scaboo's cocaine supplier, proposing to use New Orleans as a hub to store and distribute his product nationwide.
I was a high-level drug dealer. I played that role, and I had ties where my operation was in both Miami and in New York City.
With the arrival of JJ, Shattered Shield was about to grow from a minor drug business to a booming enterprise. Jackson was one of the FBI's best undercover agents. He was smart and experienced. But his life would be in the hands of the informant, Scaboo, who had no training. Jackson needed to build complete trust with Scaboo, or they'd both be dead.
The informant, because he lives that world, is probably for me anyway, the most important, because he himself has been there. He's been around these people. If he's not believable, it's not going to work. And I think that was the big thing for me down there, was to make sure that we were going to be believable.
Jackson and Scaboo rehearsed their roles again and again, preparing for the real test with Davis and Williams. Jackson, federal agent from the north, and Scaboo, a southerner who had dealt drugs all his life, had to forge a common history. Their story would be that they had met in the Army. After their stint was up, they had kept in touch. They hashed and rehashed details of their friendship, habits, fake memories that they'd have to know cold, and when to say them. They were dealing with criminals who could run thorough background checks and who were free to use deadly force.
We knew that whatever we had to keep it simple, but we had to make sure that we remembered certain things. The biggest thing I thought that helped us was my initials, my nickname. So no matter how many times they would ask him, what's his name? He believably said, because he only knew, JJ.
In April, the FBI was ready to introduce JJ into the operation. He arrived at a hotel carrying what was supposed to be a drug payment of $100,000. For the first time, Williams and Davis caught a glimpse of the big-time dealer. Their perceptions would be critical.
The first encounter was in the Sheraton Hotel. They were going to stand at a distance and just observe. It was another test to see if they were willing to do what they were going to do. Hey, I don't know how it's going to work. They could arrest me right now and take me off and, I'm down. Because it was supposed to be drug money. So it was a test.
Scaboo told the cops about JJ and his plan to use New Orleans as a transport hub for his cocaine business. Davis and Williams carefully studied JJ's every move. Jackson was creating his character before their eyes. It would become his full-time identity, and it would have to hold up under scrutiny. Everything depended on what the cops thought they had seen, and if they believed the cash exchange was genuine. The plan worked. The cops were convinced that JJ was the real deal. The FBI was now poised to take Operation Shattered Shield to the next level. By the spring of 1994, the FBI's Operation Shattered Shield, targeting New Orleans police officers involved in the city's drug trade, was in place. Posing as a drug kingpin named JJ, undercover special agent Juan Jackson worked with Scaboo, the drug dealer turned FBI informant. Scaboo rented a hotel room for JJ to meet officers Len Davis and Sammy Williams for the first time.
what's up?
That was showtime. That was a big deal. On any first meeting with any bad guys, you know, a million things are going through your mind. I mean, are you going to be believable? Is anything going to happen that's going to change their attitude? It's either going to work from here, or we're all going to go home.
Playing the street-savvy drug dealer, JJ insisted that everyone strip to establish trust. For this first meeting, Jackson didn't wear a wire. He didn't need to. The room had been thoroughly wired by the FBI for audio and video recording.